think we're good. Oh, what? Hi, hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hopefully, everybody's doing well and feeling well. Ryan Latimer, Dragoon, Connie, General. I see you're not going to be here, but I'm saying hello to you anyway. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming in here, hanging out, relaxing with us on a Friday. I'll be honest. There was a part of me that was like, I just kind of want to relax, but I kind of want to relax with you guys, so that's a good thing. That's why I was like, we'll see what happens. Connie, was it you that was talking about that Votom's show, Assault something Votom's or whatever? I forget if that was you or not. What's up, stream? It's me, your boy. Had a pretty mad night's sleep, so I'm super tired. I'm kind of, I had a better night's sleep than I had before. When I woke up yesterday morning, I had like 4 hours of sleep. Bro, what happened? What's going on? Morning, eating lunch, then getting ready for more work. MOL Direct, not really, but nothing really, not really burr. Nothing really happened. Anyways, have a good stream. Oh, okay. I think I know what you're saying. People sleep well these days. Sometimes. Nothing happened. Yeah. So yesterday when the direct finished, we talked about it, and I gave it a B. I said I was thinking like C+, but then I went B- because C+ felt wrong. I'll be honest with you. As I sat with it longer, I did kind of like, it was like a C+, maybe a C. Like, I know that there was not the big giant thing, which we're just kind of used to now, but in a lot of the stuff that we had already heard about, but some of it was interesting. Like when you look at a picture of everything that was mentioned there, there were some good games there, but I have to deduct a lot of points for a lot of it, most of it we already knew about, or it just wasn't really the big thing. So it was kind of, I had to go to like C+, maybe a C, but I think C+ is fine enough. Yeah, it seems like that's the sentiment across the board too, is that everybody was just kind of like, it's okay. I snapped awake at 2 a.m., realized I forgot to break down all cardboard from my mom's new weight machine. That's what you were putting together. You were talking about weights and stuff. That's what you're putting together, was a weight machine. And recycling is this morning. Games came to Switch 2 that never would have come to Switch 1. It's important. Yeah, it's important that stuff actually comes to the system. It's just no name as a presentation, because that's a lot of, whenever we do this stuff, that's what I talk about. I talk about the nature of the presentation, like how well it was handled and what some of the announcements were and how they were presented. And there were, like, when you look at a list of all of the games that were announced, they were good games. They were genuinely good games. Maybe not everything for me, but there's a lot of stuff that was interesting. It's just, it wasn't particularly exciting to listen to it. Like that's the thing. It's like, it was, like we played Pragmata after the event. We did the demo, and it's a good demo. It's a good game, but was it really that exciting? Like the most exciting thing was, and I didn't really think about it. The Cool Borders is, I think I kind of mentioned a little bit. Cool Borders was interesting because it's a PlayStation game and now it's on Switch. So I do wonder how broadly they're going to handle this console archive thing, like how often we're going to get games, what kind of games we're going to see. The problem is we do this every time. Yeah, Resi and Pragmata were the last 10 events. So like, and Ryan, that's kind of what I mean. They're good games, but we've seen them a dozen times already. It was nice to finally get a Pragmata demo. I was happy for that. But yeah, there was good stuff. It's just, it was not particularly, I guess that's the best way to say it. There were good games there. There were good games there. It just wasn't particularly exciting to be told about them. And I think that's the real problem. I do wonder though, I mean, at what point are we going to have to start, and I say this not just for Nintendo Directs, but I say this for Directs across the board, waiting for the one big thing. At some point, are we suffering from success? Have we had so many events where there was the big giant announcement that now if there's not an announcement, it's a fail, right? It's like, you know what it's like? Remember that? Do you remember that stretch of movies with like M. Night Shyamalan and then other people tried to do the thing where there was a big twist at the end of the movie, and you watch a movie that doesn't have a twist at the end, and you think, wow, I was expecting some sort of a twist at the end, and you almost feel disappointed. Like the rest of the movie was good, but then because there wasn't this thing that you're not even so much expecting, but you're used to, and then it's not there, and you think, oh, that was kind of a letdown. It's like the event itself was, it just, I don't know, there wasn't anything big and spectacular, but I think the games themselves, I think, were kind of interesting. Hold on, let me go back. Yeah, Capcom, you showed Resi 9 and Pragmata the last 10 events. We're talking about the partner showcase. Yeah, I just kind of went back to it. Dragon, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. Imagine if TJ was like, I gave you a B, but after a day I decided I need to take you down a letter grade today. I mean, that's not Dragoon. It's not outside the realm of possibility if there's a reason for it. Yeah, I don't know. I sat with it yesterday. I was gonna put it on Blue Sky too. I was like, I sat with it and I was like, nah, I think it's definitely a C plus. Best game is Poker Night featuring Heavy Weapons Man. It's still old stuff is the thing. It's not really exciting for the most part. It's nice to have to fill out the library for Nintendo onlys, but I imagine people mostly interested in these Bethesda games or so on probably have another place to game like a PC or something. Okay, yeah. Like the Ryan, if there's anything that I think was at fault in that direct, it was ending it on the Bethesda stuff. I just don't think the Bethesda stuff was that interesting. I think you probably would have been better off ending it with out of stuff that was in the event. I think you probably would have been better off ending it with Pragmata, which again is not really a big showstopper, which is, yeah, and they've said it before, but it did have a demo. So I was like, maybe not Pragmata. Like what? I don't know what else. Out of the stuff that was in the presentation, without making up stuff to be there, what's a better ending for that? I almost feel like the console exclusives or the console archives was probably the thing to end it with. If you had a nice list of things. Rebirth release date? Yeah, because that was an announcement. Rebirth was an announcement. I mean, we all kind of knew, but I think that was an announcement. So I'm still annoyed they haven't released a physical Kingdom Hearts collection for Switch 2. That would be a great idea. I feel like Orbitals and the Bethesda stuff should have swapped out. Well, the Japanese one, I think, ended with Orbitals. I would have liked to have seen more out of that game just to get a better idea of it. And I still really, really, really hope there's some sort of a single-player mode. Especially for folks who, like me, don't have non-Nintendo consoles or a computer worth a damn for gaming. We already knew about 95% of the games. I think it should have been bundled with a main direct cutting Resident Evil 7 through 9 from the announcement. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Was it? And yet when it was, no one actually does the twist. Here's the twist. Which they showed the Goemon series. Sadly, that's for Japan only. Yeah, I can't believe we're not getting that. That's kind of insane. I guess it's a lot to translate, but I don't know. Just do it. Available elsewhere hasn't really mattered for Switch or Switch 2 because it wasn't available. Because it wasn't available on Nintendo, and that's true. We've seen that with Cyberpunk. We saw that with Final Fantasy VII Remake. So I feel like we're going to see that with some other stuff. Think of it this way: if this is all stuff they put in a partner showcase, think of what they have for a main direct. That's the only thing. Is that this is what we were saying yesterday, and I still kind of believe this. I do wonder if a lot of this stuff, particularly like the partner directs, they have stood on their own. Particularly, I'm thinking about the Mario Galaxy stuff and the Tomodachi stuff, where did we get separate videos of those because there is a big direct coming and they didn't want to eat up a bunch of time? Because Tomodachi is a first-party thing, but they didn't want to spend, again, if we had a 40-minute presentation and they spent 10, 15 minutes talking about Tomodachi Life, we would have thrown a fit. We would have been like, okay, that should have been its own thing, just like any other game. So I do wonder if there is a first-party direct coming. Mr. L, how are you doing? I saw your update on Discord. I hope you're feeling all right. Think of it this way. If this is, won't lie, the console archives is a good idea. It's a great idea if they utilize it and it's interesting. That's why I wasn't really super hype about the console archives, because I'm not really excited about the arcade archives. It's really interesting, but what I'd like to see is a lot of rare games or just really popular games, and I don't feel like the arcade archives has a bunch of that stuff there. So like the console archives is a great idea. There's so many things that we could get, but will we? That's my problem. Will we get that stuff? And or is it going to be we get one release a month and it's always some really, like, Ninja Gaiden 2 is the best of the 3 Ninja Gaiden games in my opinion on the NES. But we only got one of them, right? Like, there are 3 Ninja Gaiden games that are 2 of them are well known. One of them is really good, but probably not as well known. And we only got one of them. And in a rare, like, the Doraemon game is really interesting because I don't know how obscure or hard to play that game is in Japan. It's not really playable over here at all. So what if we started getting stuff like that? What if we were getting console archives of hard to find games? Sapphire on TurboGrafx, Crusader of Senti on Genesis, right? Let's go to the Super Nintendo games. Let's drop what's the one that's really expensive on Super Nintendo? Damn it. It's Hagane. Like, will we get stuff like that? Will we get rare games? Or since we got Cool Borders, yeah, Tekken. I've seen a couple people ask if we're going to get, Tekken 2 and Tekken 3 on the Switch, which is just wild to say. To me, it's just wild to say that. Gradius 3 on the SNES. How about just some of the Gradius arcade games that we didn't really get over here? That's why I say, like, the arcade archives, it's a great idea, but it's kind of a bummer. So I really hope that they do something with it, but it's difficult for me to be excited about it when I see how the arcade archives went, and it's not great. Well, in my opinion. I hope they wrangle Namco into letting them re-release their old fighters, because they really neglect that back catalog. How about what's the game Legend of Valkyrie? That was a good game, but I don't think we have a way to play that. Release that. I don't know if it actually is out there or not. Last year there was a March Direct for Nintendo specifically. Yeah, hopefully a main direct is coming soon. I think it is. Finish what's going on. How's everyone doing? I'm currently at my brother's to feed his cat, One-Eyed Hunter. Is that her name? She hunted every small thing in rural area, and she won't leave me alone. Oh, she misses you, or you're feeding her, so. I thought the event was a B myself. Good, but not amazing. But we spent years yelling at devs, why isn't this on the Switch? It's not fair. Devs and Nintendo are lazy. As a third-party event about games you asked for finally coming to Switch too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Hamster's been bringing stuff out weekly since the Switch came out. For the arcade archives, are there really that many of them? I'm literally on the Switch store right now, by the way, because I was checking out. Oh, by the way, check this out. Monster Hunter 1 and 2 collection is $20. So feel free to get that. So let's look at the arcade archives. Hold on, because I want to see, because I know they're not high profile releases, so maybe they are 500 of these games on here. Let's just scroll down. Boy, this store loads up so much faster. There's definitely a lot of games on here. Woo! All right, hold on. Maybe I'll eat my words. There does seem to be a lot of games on here. Oh wait, some of these don't seem to all be. Oh wait, these aren't all arcade archives. Okay, they stopped. Oh, just the last few. Just the last few are not arcade archives. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of games on here. I mean, $8 a piece. All right. Okay, so there's definitely a lot on here. I wonder why this is not treated more high profile. Like, I feel like they should be talking about this a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, the $8 a piece is a bit of a stretch. Great Ace Arcade has been brought over via. Oh, is that already on here? Okay, so maybe it is on here. Is my favorite game on here Nibbler? I love the Nibbler. I'm not going to search for it now, but Tekken 3 has a separate manga character that is licensing hell. Oh, so that's why we never got a re-release, despite being the best PS1 Tekken. Saying they support rare games or good games. I mean, both probably. I honestly, I would say. I think good games is subjective. I think rare games is not subjective, and I don't mean rare replay. I think that's the problem. Is that you can say good games or bad games. I just want games that are pretty uncommon. Like if you needed to have a not a dumping ground, but if you had a place where you could put a lot of uncommon games that probably aren't going, like I talk smack about these, right? I'm sitting here talking smack about Mutant Knight and what is this, Sasuke versus Commander. But let's be honest here. If you like these games, where are you going to play these games outside of pirating? You know, I never really count emulation because that's not for everybody. There's no easy place to play these. So whether or not you think these games are good or bad, these games are uncommon. These games are not really easy to find or not possible at all to find. So it's nice that there's a sort of place where you can get this stuff. Doki Doki Panic, that one's interesting. You say it's probably in licensing hell, but I think if it's in licensing hell, it might be because of Nintendo. So on Nintendo, it should be fine, which would then be left to Nintendo in order to release it. I'm just jumping through some of these. So yeah, I think that's probably the most interesting thing. It's just, I don't know what they're going to do with it. And this is not their fault. And I wouldn't even necessarily say this is our fault. There are so many console video games out there that the odds of us getting a steady stream of games that we as individuals want is difficult. There might be some really good games there, but games that we've never heard, like Cosmo Gang the Puzzle might be the greatest puzzle game ever made, but we don't know about it. I don't know about it. So the odds are there's good. So you're telling me there's a chance. So there's a chance that we'll get games that are really good, but a lot of us will probably end up thinking that the service isn't for us because we just don't like the games that are there. Which is why I say I think it's more interesting if you put a lot of rare games on there. Obviously, you want to put good games that people are going to like, and games that are somewhat popular. But to put a bunch of hard-to-find arcade games, that alone makes it interesting. There's some collaboration. Hold on. I thought that game was made in collaboration with some kind of Japanese radio thing. What, Doki Doki Panic? Now we've run into a fascinating age-old issue. We have a feeling on a thing or subject. We don't look into it. And when we do actually look into it, we're shocked and go, wait, was there always this much? Well, what's the age-old issue? That I'm an idiot? I don't know. The age-old issue is that Dragoon, by that logic, the age-old issue is the world is bigger than we know, and I don't know everything. Like I'm not trying to act like I know everything, although some people probably think I do. I'm just trying to say, like, this is my experience with it, and my experience is I go by Nintendo presentations of what's on their store, and let's be honest here, most of the presentations that we've watched, they don't have an arcade archive section. We don't have on the Nintendo app. There you go. That's something I would like to see change. How about on the Nintendo app, we get some sort of arcade archive update where every time they add games to this, we get a notification. Because I feel like if I go through the presentations, I can only think of a handful of times when we had an update for that. So that's why this is so surprising that all these games are on here, because we've only ever heard a handful of times that Arcade Archives are on here. I love Gradius games, and I didn't realize that anything other than Gradius 1 was on here. Mag, like a lot of these are the arcade versions of NES games, which is interesting. Arcade Archive gave us Ridge Racer. You remember? Oh, I loved Ridge Racer. I played it more on PlayStation than the arcade. I don't ever think I really played the arcade game. I think I played Rage Racer, or maybe Rave Racer, which is now coming to the system. John on GVG just went through now much better, how much better the emulation is on NS2 compared. Oh, I watched that video. That was a good video. He did cool borders, and he showed how much better it looks. And you're an idiot. I never say that. You'd never say it, but you'd think it. The fact you weren't aware of how much Arcade Archive stuff there has been. As a casual observer, I can say they've been releasing stuff for years on the Switch. It's slightly, but not massively stranger. You weren't as aware. Because it's not something that I've looked up. That's the thing, is that because of the releases that have been on here, I don't look them up. Right? Psycho Soldier's kind of interest. Like, a lot of these are more interesting as, wow, there's somewhere to play them. But a lot of them just don't appeal to me, so I don't bother playing them. But I feel like we just don't hear about it a lot. That's why, even if there's a million games here, I think we've only ever heard a handful of times, oh, here's what's coming to the Arcade Archives. And we don't really get that all the time. How about Time Crisis making use of gyro or mouse? Honestly, Mr. L, just Time Crisis using the motion controls. Value and rare stuff. Notice in recent years this trend of this thing collection includes this rare game. It's worth that alone? Yeah, like, no, it's pretty awful. But if you want to play it, and we've already done that. We talked about it yesterday. Virtual Boy. 99.9% of people admit that the Virtual Boy wasn't worth the money that it cost to get it. The games aren't worth the money that they cost to buy. They are a curiosity. But now that they're adding it to the service, look at how much we're talking about it. We talk about the Virtual Boy. We talk about, oh, maybe it wasn't that bad. I'm at least willing to give it a shot. Like, there's interest in it because it's now available. And that's what I would like to see, is that there's interest in it because it's now available. But the interest doesn't grow if you don't tell anybody that it's there. Like, I wonder if people, and again, I can't not point out the fact that these games are $8 and $12 for some of these games. It just doesn't feel worth it. It just really doesn't feel worth it to pay for some of these, for me. Again, if you've got some sort of attachment to some of these games, like, some of these games are probably really worth it. Gradius is probably really worth it. Even if I can get that on a collection somewhere, it's really cool to have. But most people probably won't. They probably won't. But to know that, I don't know, to know that that there's a repository of a stockpile of rare games that you can buy if you get the Switch is kind of interesting. And sure, we're talking about Arcade Archives. So now let's stretch this into console archives. Let's go into there. How many games have from NES and Super Nintendo, like that era, okay, but PlayStation, Xbox. How many times have we joked about Blinx the Time Sweeper? What if Blinx comes out on the Switch? What if they just release Blinx the Time Sweeper 1 and 2 as a console exclusive, or as a console archive? That's pretty big. I think that's pretty big. Not like Xbox is doing anything with it. Doki Doki Panic usually refers to Doki Doki Panic is a Japan exclusive platform game developed by Nintendo in cooperation with Fuji Television, who also published All Night Nippon Super Mario Bros. For the Famicom disc system to promote its event called Yume Kojo 87, Dream Factory 87. So it is basically a Nintendo game. I have the Arcade Archive Mario Bros. And Bust-A-Move game. They have some useful, neat features for Mario 1, you mean. I want console archive of a lot of PS1 and 64 Saturn stuff we never see re-released, like Snowboard Kid. Yeah, Snowboard Kids, Mischief Makers. There's a Blinx 2. I'm pretty sure there was a Blinx 2. They could probably do that with Blinks illegally, and myself wouldn't care or notice. I assume Hamster's starting with NES and PS1 just due to what emulators they've developed. Yeah, Saturn's probably still a bitch. I mean, Saturn games would be fantastic to have them come out to the system, to the Switch, PlayStation. Could we go as far as PS2? Like, does that seem possible? I feel like PS2 is around where we might stop. You've got rare consoles out there. You've got the thing that I've been wanting for a while, and I don't actually want this on the console exclusives. I want an NSO app for TurboGrafx. I don't understand why we haven't had one. I don't understand why NSO apps haven't added TurboGrafx as a system. So if I got to get them through console, I don't know if I'm going to pay $8 a piece, but a great chance for people to play Bonk and Legendary Axe. I like Legendary Axe. You've got great shooters like Cybercore, the rare stuff like Sapphire. There's a lot of things that could come there, and it's really, really worth it. I mentioned like Genesis Crusader of Senti. That used to be a $200 cartridge game. I can't imagine what it is now. So to put it on there, that's the type of game that even at $8, that's a hell of a steal to be getting Crusader of Senti. And that's a good game. You need to have a Wii for the TurboGrafx games. I want Saturn emulation, but I heard it's better. I heard Saturn emulation is better now, so I don't know if that's still true, or if that's true, or if Saturn is still terrible to emulate for, but it'd be nice to it's like it's better. Burning Rangers, we could get Dragon Force, we can get there's just a Stall, Princess Crown. Like, there's so many good games that you can get from the Saturn that a lot of people just didn't get to explore at all. But it's better what we need it at now. I want to play Dragon Force so bad. Like, that's such a good game. Dragon Force was such a good game. Arcade Archive has save states, global scores, regional versions included in the game, a caravan mode, and other bits. So $7.99 isn't a bad deal. Yeah, by that logic, yes. But save states, global scores, regional versions included, caravan mode, and other bits. How much is that going to add to Phozon? Right? To kicks. Like, some of these would be really like this. Some of these are great. Like, look at the newer ones, right? Aureus, Gunnail. Like, these are fantastic. But you are also throwing in liberal. Oh my God, I thought that said liberal rabble. I thought it said liberal rabble. Liberal rabble. Like, you can have all of these things, but you probably won't play half of these games for longer than 10 or 15 minutes, unless you have some sort of personal connection, right? Van Dyke. This looks like a great game. This looks like Commando, but you have knights and swords. If you went to your local arcade as a kid and you used to play this all the time, sure, you want to buy this and you want to play this, but it's probably not great. Haunted Castle's awesome, but it's not like this is a Castlevania game. Most of us that have wanted to play this game have played this game, and I play it for 15 minutes, and then I'm just not interested anymore. But it's interesting because would you buy these games? Would you play these games in a yeah? I'd probably play more of these if they were in a collection of some kind and not individually. So I think that, I mean, Guzzler, come on. Exactly. I want a collection, not individuals. And it's even if you tried to put them together, like, would you take 7 of these games if it's not in a non-curated collection at $8 a piece? In order to get to $50, you'd need what? 6 games. Would you buy these in a non-curated collection of only six of these games, and you can't pick the six. It'd be a hard sell, because that's what they would be, and that's what it is here. If you're buying 6 games at $8 a piece, you're paying $50. I mean, who on earth would buy Mega Man X7 on its own? Good thing it's in a collection. Yeah, content creators like that. That's it. That's the group. Rabble. And it also sounds like, what's his name used to say, the Hamburglar. Who wouldn't want to buy it on its own? On one hand, I'd buy this as a collection. On the other hand, I wish we could buy NSO app. Well, no, Dragoon. I don't know if I'd buy these as a collection. I would probably be more likely to play them if I had a collection of them. But if getting these games, it requires me to pay $8 per game, then I'm probably not going to buy it at all. Is it Haunted Castle's plot that Dracula was so happy for Belmont getting married and he couldn't figure out a wedding gift, so he decided to kidnap the bride and allow Belmont to go and kick his ass? Is that the story for that game? I really hope it is, because that's awesome. Being a content creator means I would want X7. Quit. Dracula is a cuck. Yeah, so that's just why I think that the console archives could be the most interesting thing, but we need to see what happens to it, because sure, all right, console archives. This is a great way to play a bunch of console games that you might not have access to, and they're going to be on wild systems. Are any of you buying Cheetah Girls 2? Is anybody buying well, no, that's a great game. I can't say that one. I was gonna pick like a bad PS1 game, like Sentinel Returns or something. Would anybody buy that? Probably not. So what happens if the console archives is just that? It's just awful games that don't belong anywhere else. Will we still be excited and say, "Wow, that's great," or will we say, "All right, well, I mean, there could have been some reason for it. Like if they're rare, like I said, if they're rare games, you could say, oh, yeah, well, I understand that, because they're hard to find games, and this is a very interesting way to do that." But we don't know. Other than that, everything else we kind of knew. We knew most of the other games, and they were great. I think they were great. I can't say that they weren't. If you must split them up, do like console archive, PS1 games, SNES stuff. No, Sean, that's what we're talking about. That's what they announced. Yeah, that's why I was showing the arcade stuff. No, that's what they're doing. It's called that. It's called console archives, and it's going to be console games that you can buy individually. My problem is they started it with Ninja Gaiden 2 and Cool Borders, which is very, very interesting. So I like that Cool Borders was there, simply because now we know that it's not off the table. You know, if they had Ninja Gaiden 2 and, I don't know, Mario Brothers or something, we would have said, oh, okay, it's probably going to be Nintendo console games. But they started with Cool Borders. So right off the bat, we know, all right, PS1 games are in. So are Xbox games in? Are PS2 games in? Like we just don't know. I just need to see what they're going to do with it. And I wouldn't mind some sort of, like, every week, drop a game and let us know. Drop more games than, oh, wait. Out of subject, I wish that Killer Instinct KI 2013 was announced. Finish. Do we have, is Killer Instinct on the console archives, by the way? Let me not act like I know that it's there or not. You sell the entire collection under one console. I refuse to pay $8 to $15 individually for games. Any different subject, I don't want it, but I still want the option to buy it in a different way. In a different way, I still don't want. But I'm not the only buyer. That's the thing. I'm not the only buyer. That's why I know that all of this is opinion based stuff. I'm not the only person that buys games. What kind of a hypocrite would I be to sit there and say, I want these games available? No, I only want the games that I want available, and all the other games they shouldn't put on the store. Like, that would be terrible. So, yeah, I want there to be a reason for the service to exist. And I'm not entirely sure that the service is going to have a reason. It has a reason right now. But if in 2 years they've released 6 games for it and they're all dog water games, we're going to look back and we're going to say, wow, what a flop that was. Killer Instinct 2013 is that? Yeah, it's that Killer. No. I was going to ask about Killer Instinct 1 and 2. And Killer Instinct 64 or Gold. Killer Instinct. Is Killer Instinct on here? Killer Instinct. Instinct. I know how to spell this word. Instinct. There we go. Super. Yeah, they're just in. I typed in Killer Instinct, and these are the 2 things that came up. That's good. Yeah, that's my only concern. Is, are we going to get things that are worthwhile, that we're going to actually want? 24 Arcade Archives, a pretty successful company, with many, but not probably not all these games. Finding enough of an audience to find the next ones, or they're dirt cheap and they're just like, yeah, let's just crank out as many of these as we can. I'm checking this out. Ninja Gaiden. So Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2 are on here. Why not 3? Can we get Ninja Gaiden 3? Yeah, only SNES and Gold were released. So I want the arcade 1. I want arcade Killer Instinct 1, even though I need an arcade controller to play that game. Not necessarily a joystick, but I need a 6-button layout in order to play Killer Instinct. I have the hardest time playing that game without it. Yeah, other than that, I not really much happened after that. You know, we had our stream and everything. I did finish, jumping subjects here, I did finish the Gunpla. I didn't finish the video, but I did finish the model that I was building. It was the Strike Freedom Gundam, and that was not, that's not a great kit. I don't like that kit. It's got a lot of nub marks, and you've either got to sand everything or just leave them be. They're in the most obvious places. It's very frustrating. How about old mobile Java and Flash games? Give those some archives. Oh my God. Cell phone archive, and it's just old cell phone games. Now can I promote Sonic Mega Mix Mania to you? What? I'm gonna play half of the main mode. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Jumping away from the Gunpla again, really quick. The Freedom Gundam is the one that gets noticeably better as you get a higher quality model. The HD is considered fine. For the console archives, what games would you want to see? If I told you 1, maybe 2 games in the console archives, what game do you think? Yes, I would like to have that. I know some people want Tekken. You know, I there's some of them that I just think I would rather have a collect. Like you said, Tekken. I feel like I'd rather have a Tekken collection, but Tekken 3 is such a strong, and 2 was my favorite, but 3 was such a strong game. It'll probably stand on its own. Yeah, Snowboard Kids 1 and 2 and Mischief Makers. I'm completely out of the loop. I just play whatever's in my field of vision. It seems neat. Third party PS1 library. Like what? Ooh, Bloody Roar ports? I thought we've had those. Dreamcast games. Ooh, Dreamcast. If you're gonna give me console archive Dreamcast games, I can't think of the game. It was, I believe it was Europe only. It might have also been Japan, but it didn't come out here. Illbleed would be awesome. Illbleed would be awesome. No, there's a game that came out that it was Europe, and I think it was Japan only. It was Tim Burton. It was like an adventure platformer, I think. But it was Tim Burton designs for everything, and I forget the name of the game, but I always wanted a copy of that game and I couldn't find it. And when I go to conventions, they mostly don't have European Dreamcast games, but no, not Voodoo Vince. But half the time they don't even know what I'm talking about. Like, I bring the game up and nobody knows even what I have this big problem where I was always into rare or hard to find games. Like, that was always fun to me. And as a result, now there's a bunch of games out there that I would love to play again, and I just can't. A couple of them are on Saturn, or they're just really rare and I could never find them, and I could probably emulate them, but I would rather, like, at the time when I was collecting, I would have rather had a physical copy of the game. Sonic 3D Blast Director's Cut person. Was it like, it wasn't Evil Within, it was did it start? I believe it started with Evil. It was Evil something, Not Dead. Damn it. Yeah, I believe it started with Evil. They won't allow it, but Sonic Adventure would be nice. Most of the arcade games I want are already on Switch already, like Mega Man Power Fighters and Battle. Evil Resident. No, not Evil Resident. Although, Resident Evil 1, would you pay $8 for the OG? Or $12. I think Cool Borders is $12. Would you pay $12? Evil Twin. That's it. Hold on. Evil Twin Dreamcast. Yes, that's it. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, you could get stuff like that, stuff that we didn't really get a chance to play. If you're not going to put it on NSO, I would really like a copy of Terranigma, and I'll pay you $8 for it. Terranigma was a fantastic action-adventure RPG. I would pay $8 for that. Absolutely. The remake, sure. No more than $5 for the original. Best I could do is $9. But Cool Borders is $12. So would you pay $12 for Cool Borders? It comes back to the same thing that I think it always comes back to. I think you'll always find a market for somebody for whatever game it is if the price is right. I had to look from YouTube. 30 best Dreamcast soundtracks for it, as it did sound familiar. Yeah, I've seen it. I found about this game when I worked at a game store, because I worked at a game store while the Dreamcast was a thing, and it's this guy, like, we used to import games, like that was what my circle of friends did. So he brought his in, and he brought his copy of Evil Twin, and we were just like, this game's awesome, but it never came out anywhere else, and never came out on any other system. 12 for Resident Evil 1 Arcade Archives. Probably, well, it wouldn't be Arcade Archives, it'd be Console Archives. Include save states, Japanese, English versions, and filters and such. That could be a good deal. Like, that might be a good deal. That one might be good. But Cool Borders? Maybe Cool Borders 2? Even Nintendo would like $8 for Terranigma. No, Latimer, I can tell you this. Terranigma would be worth it. Terranigma would be worth it because not only is it a large game, it's, again, it's a rare game. And from my personal experience, it is a great game, but it's a very rare, hard to find game. So it's not like Chrono Trigger for $8. Chrono Trigger is a fantastic game for $8. Unbelievable. Terrific. But a lot of people might not buy it because you can get it for probably less at times on Steam. It's very available. $8 for Terranigma is the only way you can play it. Yeah, people are going to pay $8 for that. Absolutely. How much does RE go for on PlayStation? No version of RE Code Veronica. Ooh, Code Veronica. Imagine the first time we get a re-release of Code Veronica. It's on the console archives on the Switch. I know. I know. But even they would be like, we ain't giving you that for just $8. Yeah, probably. To be honest, an official version of a lot of these games, amount of quality of life features and save states for many is automatically a good deal as long as it's under like $15, $20. Probably. I have a bridge to sell you. Quartet Trilogy Edition. If anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Nintendo because of Illusion of Gaia. Well, and Soul Blazer and Terranigma, they were all just Nintendo exclusives. So, yeah, I would take that. A Quartet trilogy? Yeah. Absolutely. Past that starts to enter remastered territory. How about a Symphony of the Night original PS1 version? All right. Get ready. No. I would not want that. What I would want is an enhanced Saturn version of the game. I mean, at the very least, just port Requiem. Requiem is the easiest way to do it. But what I'd rather have is an overhauled, and this wouldn't be console archives. I think this would be a separate release. An overhauled Saturn version of the game so that it runs and looks much better, on parity with the PlayStation 1, but it has the extra stuff. It has the Richter outfit with the coat, and it's got the extra areas. Skies of Arcadia with the Dreamcast DLC and GameCube add-ons included. Now who's mispicking? Yeah, I would be again, Mr. L. Again, the problem is if I want to play base Symphony of the Night, I have the Requiem collection, and the Requiem collection is very, very good. It's actually a little bit better than base Symphony of the Night. What I don't have is the extra stuff from the Saturn version. The extra version of Maria, the extra outfit for Richter, and the other. I don't remember actually in the Requiem collection that doesn't have the extra areas, does it? The 2 extra areas. Yeah, and Requiem collection also has the PSP dub. Yeah, you like the PS1 script and VA in Requiem, which I do miss. I do like the cheesy audio. Mr. O, didn't it run worse? Yeah, it ran a lot worse. That's why I say I wouldn't want it as like a console archive or something, because they're just going to port that version over. I want an actual release of an enhanced version of the Saturn mode with all of the content. Like I want both versions of Maria. I want Richter. I want all the extra map and stuff. I want the run card, because there's a one of the relics that you can get is like a run. It's basically a run, and I would like to have that stuff. That's why if we get the console archive, it has to be the base console version. And there's some games that I already have the base console version, or I already have something better. So I want something. That's why I say, like with the rare stuff, I want something different. Below 15, especially closer to 10, port price is easier to swallow if it includes quality of life stuff like filters, versions, and save states. 15 and up, people want like graphic overhauls to justify the price. How much would you pay for the Saturn version? Both as is and fixed. As is, $10 or $15. Fixed, I'd probably max out at 30, and a lot of that's because I just really love Symphony of the Night. But without fixing it, I like $10 or $15. But I can tell you this: at $15, it's a guaranteed buy. There's no question that I would buy it, but I wouldn't go much higher than that because it's a rare game. Because that version of it would be something that I don't have access to everywhere else. Whereas the first game I kind of have access to in multiple ways on multiple systems. I have multiple versions of that game. Years ago, it would seem crazy, but we know a good decompilation of old games is now. So remastering should be a lot easier. Since we're talking about re-releases of old games, I want Bucky. I never played. There's a Bucky O'Hare arcade game. I played the. Oh yeah, there is a Bucky O'Hare arcade game. Holy crap! I played the NES game. That's the only one that I played. Yeah, my above price point hits about where I thought it would. Yeah, like that's a good spot for it. It was a beat 'em up. Okay, I think hold on, let me take a look at it. I feel like that's a game finish. It's like it's almost like you unlocked a memory in my mind that it exists. That's how, I mean, I think Bucky O'Hare is something that should just come back. I will say this all the time. Every time Bucky O'Hare comes up, or every time the other half of the topic comes up, in this day and age, and in the last 10, 15 years, where furry and anthropomorphic animals have become more known and, forgive me for saying it, but sexier, I still can't believe Bucky O'Hare hasn't come back. This is built for this time. Bucky O'Hare. Bucky O'Hare arcade game. That machine doesn't. The machine doesn't look familiar, but the marquee I feel like I've seen before. This game looks awesome, by the way. No, I don't think I have played this game. Okay. Maybe I've seen it, but just never played it. Yeah, I don't think I've played that game. Who's Bucky O'Hare? Some kind of Irish cowboy? Didn't Bucky O'Hare only have one furry bait character and she was just passable? Not really. Hold on. Characters. There was definitely one that's like, oh God, yeah. But given how people have created something out of nothing, it's not too surprising. And I don't think she was passable. I think she was basically rogue. This was what the hell's her name? Jenny. Her name was, if you look up Bucky O'Hare Jenny. But you got, who do you got here? You got Jenny, you've got Bucky, you got Mimi LaFleur, who is she's a captain and I think some sort of a fox. You're telling me that they're not making Gooner bait over that? Complex, Deadeye Duck, the kid, Princess Felicia, right? So you got what? 1, 2, 3, 4. You got like 4 or 5 characters that people would goon with. Yeah, it just amazes me that Bucky O'Hare never came back. Bucky O'Hare has no chance if Star Fox can't exist. True. Do they compare to Jessica or Lola Bunny? Jenny does. Look it up. Bucky O'Hare, Jenny. Yeah, I think Jenny kind of has a Rouge the Bat thing going on. Don't forget that most of these Bubsy recent games have not performed well, which doesn't get talked about nearly as much as why is he still alive. No, I've talked about it before. So that's why the IP has kept being sold, although this new 4th game seems potentially better for once. Yeah, what are we doing here? I don't know, Marcos. I never know what we're doing here. I'd pair up Jenny and Willie. Like, yeah. Rouge the Southern Bat. Wait, I like that. Rouge. Wait, that sounds like ragu. She sounds like pasta sauce. What are we doing? We're unlocking memories and trying to feed new Gooner bait to the world. In a certain section of most recent of the Warriors game, see where the new Nintendo Bandai team could be working on a Star Fox game. Oh, Latimer's got something for me. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I don't know. I that always surprised. Just random Bucky O'Hare comment. But yeah, I don't know. Damn, you mentioned Bucky O'Hare, and that reminded me of something else. What was it? Oh, that's something different. But wait, did they ever make a game for that? Hold on. I think I want to rewatch this show. Hang on. I'm looking to see if they made one. It was on the Genesis. I don't think they made an arcade game. I guess there was only the one on the Genesis. Exo Squad. Exo Squad is whenever I think about cartoons of that era like Bucky O'Hare, I always come back to Exo Squad. Exo Squad was a terrific show that probably didn't get the attention that it deserved. That's such a great show. Bucky, Captain Bucky O'Hare, mutants and aliens and toads beware. If you're looking for adventure, well, this is it. Jenny Deadeye Blinky and Billy DeWitt. I said Bucky. I like that show. So there you go. Oh, look at her. Oh, she's great. Rouge the Southern Bat. The new Warriors game has a Star Fox like shooter section, complete with upgrades and other stuff. I was like, hey, this is Star Fox. Why is Star Fox here? Are we getting Star Fox at some point? Is that how they're telling us? Was this you made it like it sounds bad? One Piece 4 Kids rap intro. Didn't watch it. Didn't watch One Piece. Didn't watch a whole lot of 4 Kids stuff. I think by that era I was kind of out of it, but yeah. Oh, One Piece 4 Kids rap intro. Oh, I got to I'm on season 2 now of Batman the Animated Series. I'm officially into the adventures of Batman and Robin. That the intro has changed. So I'm into the adventures of Batman and Robin. Is it just me, or in season 1 did Robin kind of get crapped on a lot? Right? He was kind of he was a little bit of a bungler at some points where he would make mistakes and it would mess things up, and I'm like, I don't know, I feel like Robin kind of gets the short end of the stick a lot of the time, and I don't know if that's just me feeling bad for the guy, or was that normal? That he always kind of gets dumped. He was always a bit of a bunky in that Baby Doll episode. Bruce Timm and the showrunners hated Robin, so they made as little use of him as possible. And when he's there, I don't know. I feel like he still feels kind of like a jobber. I'm just starting season 2, so I guess maybe he's gonna have a come up now. But I mean, he just appeared out of nowhere. We didn't get his origin until later. Look, Robin sucked anyway. He felt like he's special in season 1. I do recall Robin being treated like a joke. They did good by him in that night origin. Oh, is that when he became Nightwing? That's really when he came into his own. Hot take, which is probably not a hot take. This is probably the coldest take in the world. I did not like Robin's character design, right? The old modified circus outfit. I didn't like that even back in the day. I just thought it looked dumb. Like him with Batman, when they transitioned Batman into the Dark Knight character, right? When you go back to 66 Batman, and it's gray with a blue, like it worked for me. Yeah, room temperature take, like it worked for me that he looked like that. But when you shifted over to the Dark Knight aspect, right? I am the shadows and all of that. When you got to that real version, what we consider the real version of Batman, it clashed with everything. Even Batgirl stepped up and made an outfit herself at home, which was like it was actually a modified Batman outfit, but she still went with the theming. I feel like at any point, Robin could have said, if I want to be a real part of the team, then I should probably look the part. Yeah, the red, green, and yellow, it did not, that never vibed with me. But it worked back in the old days because everything was goofy on that, in that world. But once you started to get into the like I said, the Dark Knight adventure, that's when it didn't start to work. And then especially when you started adding the Bat family. Once Batgirl shows up and now you've got two people that are kind of dressed the same and then one guy that is literally dressed for the circus, it just didn't work for me. So I like the transition into Nightwing. Didn't vibe with the mullet. Thank God Harley called him out for it, but the whole story with the Nightwing episode is basically his reaction to Bruce going too far all over the top, so he quit. I never understood why Batgirl chose to wear those bright yellow. That's probably the only thing is the dishwashing gloves. I like that you call them dishwashing gloves. But everything else I think worked. And even the gloves actually tied in because Batman had the belt. Again, kind of a weird choice that you have him be the Dark Knight and then he's got a yellow belt. But at least there was yellow there for you to do something with it, like some reason. But yeah, I don't know. As I watch TAS, every time I see Robin, I'm like, you just feel like you clash against everything. Not even just Batman. You look at the world of Gotham, and it just doesn't work for me. They found ways around it, like they gave him a cape and a hood to try and make it look cooler. It looks like Sony is revving up to embrace generative AI. All right, so we're trashing Sony then. They do give justification for the yellow emblem being something to draw attention and draw fire, but at least the explanation for that is that it's bulletproof. I don't know why that girl would want anyone to shoot at her hands. Yeah, I'm just going through it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think I mess with this too much, but it's great to go through the show again. I can tell you that there's some fantastic moments. I will say this. There may be great Batmen in our life. There have been some great Batmen. I don't really think they'll ever be as good a Bruce Wayne as Conroy's Batman TAS Bruce Wayne. I just think he's the best one. I think it's not even a question. And the moment that I loved him more than anything is, I think it's the Worry Men episode with the little dolls, and he's sponsoring this event. Or I think it was that one, which is like ancient Egypt. If I remember right, it was ancient Egypt, or it was like South American, and Lucius is there with him, and they're looking over the stuff, and Bruce Wayne just does not care. Like he's not interested in any of this stuff, but he's funding all of it. So then Lucius tells him, like, your generosity is great. It's a fantastic thing. He goes, it's commendable, it's inspiring, and Bruce flat out, without missing a beat, goes, it's deductible. And I'm like, and I think that's what's so great about it is Batman is Batman. He is this character. He's the Dark Knight. He does all of these things. Bruce Wayne it doesn't feel like an extension of Batman. He feels like a completely separate person, and he does it so well. Like, that's a genuine response for him to be like, it's deductible. Like, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. From a business standpoint, it makes sense to be doing this thing. And I love Bruce Wayne for that. And I think Bruce Wayne is so interesting. And I think it's the thing that a lot of people get wrong. When people are making new Batmen, I think that they don't focus enough on the Bruce Wayne aspect, because Bruce Wayne is important. It's important to Batman that Bruce Wayne functions and he's good and he's believable. Let's say the Sakurai's pet cat has become terminally ill. Oh no. Batman is the true person. Yeah, Bruce Wayne is the facade. And Batman would make sure, because Batman is awesome and Batman does everything as best as he can, Batman would make sure that the facade is believable and it's complete. He's not spending his time as Bruce Wayne trying to get away so that he can go and be Batman. He knows that being Bruce Wayne is important. Being a rich socialite explains why Batman is not available all the time, and why a lot of the time people don't see him that often, especially at night. He needs to run the company to make sure that he's got money to be Batman. Like, there's so many reasons that you need Bruce Wayne to be successful, and a good, effective Batman would know that, and he would do that, and he wouldn't let Bruce Wayne fall apart. It's probably the most unbelievable thing about Bale's Batman. That especially in Batman Begins, where Alfred has to make him be Bruce Wayne. Like, he has to make him get out of bed and go do things. He says, Batman has no weaknesses. It's like, but Bruce Wayne does. Like, yes, you have to be Bruce Wayne. You have to do that, and you have to do it effectively. And that's why I think that he's a good billionaire in this economy. No, maybe not morally good, but effective and believable. He did enjoy Bruce. Enjoy being Bruce with Harvey Dent before the whole explosion to his face. Like, I like that. I like that he's a good Bruce Wayne. A good Bruce Wayne should never be looked at and have someone say that could be Batman. Yes, absolutely. If Bruce Wayne was known for not going out at night and being depressed all the time, right, it would be very easily believable that he's Batman, but he's not. He's a bright, smiling, rich person who does rich person things that we don't know about. And no one wants to believe it. No one would believe, oh, there's no way he can be that guy? The guy that runs whenever there's a problem? Only episode season 1 I loved was Heart of Ice. I like some expanded story in Batman Arkham Origins DLC. For example, how did Victor learn that he can't survive above Sub-Zero? Yeah, I don't know if we ever got the... Did we ever see, like, the very beginning of him being Mr. Freeze? Like, finding that out and figuring out how to make a suit around him? Oh, no. Season 1, though. Season 1 was just a remark. Like, there... You know what it is, Finish? There were so many amazing performances in season 1. That's one of the things that I realized after finishing it was Heart of Ice was known, right? Heart of Ice is something that it won an award and people knew about it. But when you look at some of the other episodes, like go back and watch the Grey Ghost episode and tell me that you're not filled with emotion when Batman gets to fight with his hero. Go back and watch the second, I think it's Feet of Clay Part 2, when Clayface has this breakdown about, like, I'll never be myself again. Like, oh my God, it's just so good. It's so good. I'm here for fries and the hostages. You're telling me the billionaire playboy douchebag is the brooding, selfless Dark Knight? What are you, stupid? Like, yeah, no way. Like, imagine if we had a hero. Imagine if we had a caped hero that runs around dressed like a bat, and someone tried to tell you, oh my God, I know who it is. Batman is Bill Gates. Nobody would believe it in a heartbeat. They'd be denying you as fast as they possibly could. I have 2 episodes left for TAS. Better get to it. Original Mr. Freeze shoot is basic and cartoony in hindsight. And I like that. I like that it's unbelievably basic. Kid, did I say caked? Wait, caked? Caped. Caped like with a P. Bill Gates is the microchipper. I mean, Bill Gates, there you go, Lilac. No one would believe in 1,000 years that Bill Gates is Batman. But I would believe you 100% if you told me that Bill Gates was the Mad Hatter. Yes, 100%. Yes, the guy that uses technology and microchips to control people so that he can steal their money. Yes, I believe that's Bill Gates. Yeah, that all tracks perfectly. Heart of Ice, he only has the suit. I believe you told me Elon Musk enjoyed dressing as the Joker and scaring people at night out in the street. Who's Lex Luthor? It's Jeff Bezos. Yeah, okay, I kind of see that. Arkham Origins DLC. Victor wasn't the only one who got the Sub-Zero juice on him. There was also a security guard who tried to do his job for his corrupted boss and died as he tried to run above a Sub-Zero room with Victor discovered. Okay, so is that how Victor discovers that he can't leave a Sub-Zero environment because he sees somebody else do it and they die? Yeah, I would have never believed in evil lairs up until a few months ago. Evil islands where evil people get together and do evil things against innocent people. And yet we've got 3 million pages of emails explaining that exact thing. Elon leaves absolutely no doubt that he couldn't be a hero, but he could be a villain. Because again, we're not really talking about a person being a hero. I'm thinking more of them being a costumed character. Oh, I was only here to fries. What? To fries and the hostage? I think it's missing a word there. Is a quote from Batman Arkham City which sounds like Batman got some drive-through for fries and the hostages. There we go. Put the hostages in the bag. Considering current events. Yeah, it's just such a really good show. So now I've got season 2, which is significant. The only problem is I think I only have 20 episodes left. This is what's crazy about like how many episodes was it? I thought it was 85 episodes for Batman, like the original run of Batman. But it's 60 episodes of season 1. Which again, HBO did this weird thing where so when you look it up online, I think it says that the first season is 60 episodes. On HBO Max, the first season is labeled as 65 episodes, but the last 5 episodes, you can tell that it's a little bit different. Not a lot, but it's a little bit different. And then season 2, episode 1 is when the intro changes. So it's almost like they kept all of the season 1 episodes with the original intro. Like, I don't know how it works exactly. The Dolly episode, Baby Doll. Baby Doll, that's another thing about season 1 that I found kind of interesting. This might be a warm take, this might be a hot take. Most of the villains from season 1, I wish we never saw again. And I hope we never see again. I like the idea that when Batman arrests some of these characters, they go to Arkham and they either stay or they get better. There are characters that they would bring back and I didn't like it. And Baby Doll is one of them. They brought Baby Doll back, and I think she paired up with Jervis Tetch. I don't like that. No, was it Jervis Tetch or was it Crocodile that she pairs up with? I don't like that. I wish that her episode stood alone. I like the idea that she was stopped and she got help. Yeah, it was Croc, right? I said Crocodile. I like the idea that she got help. The Zeus episode, the Maxi Zeus. I don't know if we ever see him again. I really hope we don't. Like there's just a lot of characters that I kind of wish that we didn't see anymore. And I'd like to think that, and I think we did. I think there was a bunch of characters that they were only in one episode and then we never saw them again. I like that. I like the idea that this is more like the ventriloquist gets better and doesn't. No, he has a couple of episodes, I think. Ventriloquist, I think, has a couple episodes. I thought he had some episodes later also. But I do think there is a point where we stop seeing him. Correct. Did he actually did he have enough of being a goody two shoes with the Gobos? Honestly, it's crazy how little they use the Riddler. Yeah, that's kind of wild. That is kind of wild that he's not in a ton of it. Joker's in every other episode. It's because it's absurdly hard to write convincingly, according to Paul Dini. I mean, yeah, you do. If you write the Riddler, you have to come up with the riddles, and I guess maybe that's kind of the trick to it. Yeah, I like the idea that a lot of Batman villains in the episodes we just don't see again, and it's because they either stay arrested or they get better. And so and Baby Doll. When you mentioned Baby Doll is probably the one the most that I really wish we didn't see anymore. Even Mr. Freeze, there's a part of me that even like for as happy as I am for the stuff that we got from Mr. Freeze over the years and decades, there's a part of me that kind of wishes that we didn't see him much more after that, especially after Batman Beyond. Here, give me everything up to the episode with Batman Beyond, and then we can kill him. Been watching Penguin on HBO. It's pretty good. The live action stuff. I did finally watch that Batman movie though. That was actually really good. What is green and blue? I don't know. I was gonna make a joke there, but I'm not gonna make it. I don't think we can blame them all for wanting to use for no. I don't blame them at all for that. He was so good. Would she be sent to Arkham Asylum? I feel like all along with the Penguin, she wasn't really insane or had other mental insanity. So no, so the other prison is called Blackgate, but then Batman TAS had a few changes. there's a prison in TAS they keep calling Stonegate, and I'm assuming that's supposed to be Blackgate Prison. Also with Ra's al Ghul, they keep calling it the Society of Shadows, and that should be the League of Shadows, right? Fez on that 70s show, riddle me this, you SOB. Pattinson was really good for young Bruce Wayne. One, still trying to learn how to pretend to be normal. I like the Pattinson one. So when they do another one, because I think it's supposed to do another one, I would like to see a more fleshed out Bruce Wayne from him. Because when you look at Pattinson's Bruce Wayne, you're like, yeah, okay, that guy's Batman. That guy's Batman 100%. I liked Adam West. Adam West was a great Batman for a different time. I'm not going to sit here and say that he was terrible, although we did kind of, I know I watched him, even as a kid, I watched him as kind of like a joke. Like, I knew it was silly. It was meant to be silly. And that's great. But if you're not looking for the Adam West Batman, you're not going to have fun with it. You're going to be like, what am I looking at here? No one messes with Adam Wee. How come Batman doesn't dance anymore? Yeah, we had a whole check it out on YouTube. Yeah, I'm amazed at how well Batman TAS holds up. Because some of it is, like I said, the Clayface stuff. What I didn't remember, I do not remember Clayface episodes going as hard as they did. And since we brought him up already, I just passed the episode. Again, this is a character that I think kind of gets thrown to the wayside, although still has a lot of popularity, and I think it's because of Batman TAS. Croc. I watched that Croc episode, and the one that So there's a Croc episode that's all about him. It's the one where he joins the circus and he kind of he ends up screwing everybody over. I really kind of I was happy for the episode. I wasn't really happy about how it ended. My favorite part of that episode is he basically finishes the story, or he does the story that he told in Almost Got Him. So in Almost Got Him, there was the scene of I threw a rock at him. It was a really big rock. In the beginning of that episode, that's what happens. He fights Batman, he wins, and he throws a rock at him, but the rock misses him by 2 inches at his head. And I just thought, wow, I was watching it. I was watching it 2 days ago, and that happened, and I didn't remember that happened. So when it happened, I said out loud, wow, he almost got him. I got my free $8 payout from Apple Siri accidentally spying on you lawsuit. Oh, hey, that's $8. Dragoon, that's half a Gundam. That's half a Gundam. You've got the RX now. You can buy the 78. How many Batman baddies knew Batman's identity? An insane guy thinking he's a pharaoh somehow discovers this in Adam West Batman. I'm still convinced that a lot of people knew, villains. I'm still convinced that a lot of them knew it was Bruce Wayne, but Pamela Isley doesn't want Batman messing with her. Batman versus Poison Ivy makes perfect sense. So my logic was always, we will fight Batman, but we're going to leave Bruce Wayne alone. Got the Bomberman collection, impulse buy. Let me know how it is. Marcos, let me know what the difference is between the games, because I feel like I would just want to play the 5, and then that'd be it. Various Jokers know, but refuse to spill the beans because that would spoil the fun. I'm pretty sure in one comic continuity, Joker does know Batman is Bruce, but he doesn't care and wants to keep the fun and mystery for others. Yeah, I mean, you've had stuff like that. They even did it on the Harley Quinn show. They did it on Harley Quinn, which was hilarious. when Scarecrow takes his mask off. Do I want to test it out? No, that's okay. Marcos, I was curious. I want you to tell me because I want to know what it's like to play them from a single-player point of view. Villains definitely recognize bruises on Bruce Wayne. He does learn in Return of the Joker that it's not clear if it was his intent or that it was just an accident. reading the manuals in Super Bomberman collection is a trip back to the 90s. I still have my Super Bomberman multi-tap for Super Nintendo. I'm pretty sure I still have it. Yeah, there was another episode that I was just like, oh my god, it's just such a like I didn't want to do any sort of watch thing or react thing, but it does make me kind of like how I think Derek is doing it through One Piece. He's doing it with who is the person that Derek is they're doing like they talk about it, the episode discussions. I don't know if they're doing watch parties or not, but sort of like an episode per episode discussion. And I wouldn't mind doing something like that. Riddler introduction episode was good. No, it was an episode that I really wasn't expecting it to be as good with the character. The Croc episode was great. The Grey Ghost episode was fantastic. I just remember there was another villain. It might have just, you know what it was? It was Clayface. Because Feet of Clay was the introduction to him, and I just thought that was unbelievable. But then the next thing with him, I think, was also a two-parter. And even that was fantastic. Even that was, I just was just like, oh my God. I'm going to assume either Clayface or Mr. Freeze. Now, Mr. Freeze is great, but Mr. Freeze in small doses, I think, works better because the more you use Mr. Freeze, the more he feels like just a common criminal. Yeah, they don't use Clayface too much because the animation was super difficult for Feet of Clay. Oh. It's the episode where he was falling apart, where Clayface was falling apart. And he needs the chemical, but then the other person is trying to help him. And I love it. I love it. God, I love it so much. I'm like emotional thinking about it. Because when Batman sees him for the first time, he calls him Hagen. And it's just like he hasn't given up on him. And it's like, he's so good. I feel like Clayface is my favorite character. Not in the Batman universe, but on TAS, I think Clayface has consistently in season 1 at least, consistently, I think he has the best episodes. I think all of his stuff is two-parters. There's two-parters, and I forget if there's an individual one or not. But they're so good. They're so emotional, and they're so interesting to just experience what he's going through. And then it reminded me that later there's a thing where he comes back and a part of him breaks off and it's a child. So now you have to deal with this this sort of existential crisis of, do you reabsorb this person and then now they're not there anymore? Like, there's so many interesting things that happen with Clayface. He was just such a great character. Oh, you know what one I was thinking of too? About how, like, yeesh. The one with the kids in the sewer. And it's, I don't remember if the guy even had a name. Holy. Where like the runaway kids and the guy was using them for crime. I'm watching the episode thinking, this is intense. This is a lot for. Bear in mind, you watched this afternoon on television at like 4:30. Right? It was 4:30 in the afternoon, and you're watching this, and here comes this guy that is stealing children and runaways and using them and then abusing them, and holy. Toxic Avenger did Toxic Avenger live in the sewer? I thought Toxic Avenger had a house. Or am I thinking of Toxic Crusader? Yeah, it's just fantastic show. Yeah, not believable in the slightest. Wait, Toxic Crusader? What villain has my favorite theme? I'd have to hear them. I can't really think of them too well. I would have to hear them. Do I think Clayface? I just think Clayface had consistently the best episodes, And I think Clayface had the most interesting motivations. I think that it's a lot like Clayface reminds me a lot of Mr. Freeze, of the version of Mr. Freeze that we like, where his motivations are usually survival. You know, in Feet of Clay, he becomes this monster, this monstrous person, let me say, and he wants revenge, which is a natural human desire. And he wants to survive. He wants his career. He wants his life like he had before, and he can't have his life now because of this. So then in the second two-parter, he wants to live. He's going to die. The thing that's happening to him is making him fall apart, and he is trying to survive. Like, his motivations are great, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. He doesn't feel like a psychopath. Or even a criminal. He just feels like a guy that wants to survive and wants the life back that was stolen from him. And I love that. You know, Poison Ivy, you know, she's a bit, I'll tell you what, Poison Ivy is the one that I think I don't remember being as unhinged as she actually is. I'm thinking, all right, Poison Ivy, you know, obviously she's crazy, right? She wants to kill them to save, you know, she wants to kill a bunch of people to save a nature preserve or something, which is an important thing, but it does seem like an extreme. But there was an episode, what was it? It was the trial episode. It was the trial when they try to put Batman on trial, like the villains are trying to, like, they're the jury, and they bring up Pamela, and they sit her, and they're like doing the discussion, and then the lawyer takes the flower from Joker's lapel, because he's the judge, of course. And she's like trying to egg on Poison Ivy by tearing the flower apart, tearing off the leaves and tearing off the petals. And you can see Pamela is in visible pain watching this woman take the flower apart. And I'm like, okay, maybe she's not all there. Sorry, my eyes are watering. Batman villain stealing kids? The worm? What? I do like the Joker's theme, but I feel like it doesn't capture his darker side. I think it would make more sense if the Joker's theme changed every episode, and it was as chaotic as it possibly be. So, majority Batman villains, it's personality disorder and falling into full-on schizophrenia until the metaphor goes full tangible with his insanity tearing him apart. I'm not really sure Poison Ivy actually wants to save nature or the world, because she could do so much if she went anywhere else without violence, but she instead chooses to stay in Gotham and basically do nothing. Like, she tries to be a criminal but she tries to also be a savior, and it just kind of conflicts with each other. People say they were you guys talking virtual console. Out of all the Batman characters, I never liked Pamela, even less nowadays. Did you like her before she had all the powers? When she was plant powers, or did you like? You just never liked her at all. Which one? I'm wondering which one you liked more. I know discussion can go multiple ways, but I love people that praise TAS as the Batman show, yet ignore the discussion where the show says no, Batman is the reason we exist. Wait, no, Batman isn't the reason we exist. Because that's AGM. That's what that episode is all about. That episode is all about. Do we think because it's the new DA. It's the new DA that they make defend Batman, but she actually doesn't like Batman. She thinks that Batman created all of these villains, and by the end of the episode, she acknowledges, yeah, you don't like her at all. By the end of the episode, she realizes that these people that are criminals, and I believe her. I actually do believe her on this. These people that are criminals were probably always going to be criminals. They even if they weren't. Like, what does she say in the trial? She's like, the gimmick may be different, but this was where they were all going to go. You know, you could argue that some of them had to be unhinged to be criminals in the first place, to do the things that they were doing. Harleen Quinzel wasn't fully twisted by the Joker. She was already kind of messed up. He saw a gap and he widened it. But she was always kind of messed up a little bit. Two-Face was unhinged. Before he literally had two faces, he was a two-faced person. And one of those faces was very violent. That was a mental illness that he had all on his own. Poison Ivy, the way she looked at the person, the DA, when she was tearing that flower apart, Poison Ivy was always going to be a criminal. She was always going to go too far with some of that. Yeah, she's a little poison iffy for you. I don't know. A Two-Face was always going to be Two-Face. He still would have had his face completely fine. But he was a two-faced person when we met him. When we met Harvey Dent, he was a two-faced person. I like Poison Ivy with Harley Quinn because I think they really balance each other out. I love them together. And season 2 is when they start doing that. When Poison Ivy, it's the one where she has the fake. Well, it's a real marriage. Well, it's a fake marriage. She has like the family. Oh, that was another one. That was one that I forgot went as hard as it did. It's the Poison Ivy episode where she has the fake family and she's growing children. She's growing human children in these pods, and 2 of her children don't know that they are plant creatures. It's wow. Like, I feel like that went really wild. But in that episode, I think there's a point in that episode where she's looking at a photo album and she's thinking about like when she was a criminal. I think Batman is showing it to her or something, and she's looking at it and she looks at Harley. Like, she looks at a picture with her and Harley, and she kind of pauses for a second. And I think that was the first time that they had already teamed up before earlier, but I think this was the first time that she really kind of looked at her and was like, oh, I have very positive memories here. I'll finish. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping in. Harley makes Ivy have to think things through and be more rational about how she actually wants to change the world. And Ivy acts as a tether for Harley to know when she's going too far. Yeah, that's why I like them as a thing. Yeah, that episode was creepy. Yeah, now that you read that out loud, that sounds like something out of a horror now. It really is. Like, and when Batman realizes what's going on, like he finds the pods and he sees the babies, it opens up and there's a human looking baby in there. He is even taken aback by it. I think he says something like, "Oh God, no!" Like, the only real redeeming quality of Poison Ivy is that she has a strict "I don't involve kids in my crimes" rule, and yet here she is growing children. It was pretty wild. And then she did one for herself, which was great because that gave her a way to escape. So, yeah, I just, if you've never, listen, if you guys are even moderately Batman fans and you have not watched TAS, I would very recommend that you go back and you watch TAS. I thought about writing, like a top 10, like my 10 favorite episodes. Now that they're all fresh in my mind, what would my 10 favorite episodes be? That might be a video. I could probably do a video for that. Yeah, like you have to see it. Marco's like actual children. So the episode is there's somebody doing like plant related crimes or eco-terrorism related crimes. So Batman suspects Poison Ivy. It turns out that Poison Ivy has cleaned herself up. She's out of Arkham. She got married and they have 2 children. They were his kids. Okay. That was why I remember the episode. Because out of all of the crazy things that are going on, she explains to Batman, she has to tell him, and she says this. And again, this is back when you made, we're coming off of the decade where, actually decade, no, because it was just the 80s, where cartoons that were shown to us as children, that were given to us as children, were toy commercials, or they were nonsense, right? They were bright and colorful. In that episode, she explains to Batman that the things that have happened to her have rendered her unable to have children. Like, that's a pretty amazing thing to have have a character deal with on an episode of a kid's cartoon. We're kind of used to it now, sort of, but that's a pretty dark thing to have a character have to say, no, I can't have children because of what happened to me. Like, wow, that's pretty amazing. The shift is going from toy commercial to actual animated show, mostly started with Tiny Toons in 89, as generally credited as such. Oh, I didn't know that was actually credited for that. You're right, though. Tiny Toons did have a lot of stuff that was, that was kind of adult driven, like grown up driven, I should say. It's funny that if I say grown up driven, you understand, and when I say adult driven, it sounds like there's sex and stuff in it. Yeah, I just rewatching it though. I would very much recommend that you guys either watch or rewatch Batman TAS. It's gonna age. If you haven't watched it in a long time, I can tell you that it's aged better than you thought. Some of it's really, really good. Some of it's nonsense, right? Some of it is. I mean, there's obviously silly episodes and silly things that happen. I think the thing that stands out most is it's a kid show and you accept it. You accept that the characters aren't going to die. Most of the time, characters are not going to die. The villains are going to take way too long fighting the bad guy. They're going to walk towards Batman with guns instead of shooting, right? Batman TAS, you can buy the DVD, you can buy the Blu-ray, or it's on HBO Max, which is how I'm watching it. I don't know if it's on Netflix still, but it's on HBO Max. It's also a testament to the respect some villains and Batman share, because many people would take something like that to the grave before they share that to the grave, probably. Yeah, it's such a good show. Like I finish up streams and then I finish up what I'm doing and then I put on more Batman just because I'm trying to get through. But yeah, it kind of sucks that I think I only have like 20. I think I only have 20 episodes. Hold on. Batman TAS. No, not tool assisted speedrun. 85 episodes. And that means that I'm finished season 1, so I'm gonna run out of stuff. I think it's intended to continue into the New Adventures of Batman. I think I'm wondering if they consider that a separate show, which is why it's not part of this. But yeah, Batman is a living tool assisted speedrun. I mean, that actually does explain Batman very well. Tool assisted speedrun. Oh man, but yeah, really, really good show. Really holds up very well. I should probably do that. I should probably do a. Oh, damn it. Hold on. There. I should probably do like 10 best episodes from season 1 of Batman, and then I'd probably do season 2 and 3, like not including New Adventures. Do like a season 2 and 3 where I just because they're so short in comparison. So I just combine them and figure out what episodes I like from there. Sony thing. Okay, so apparently Sony on. So this is Sony on generative AI in video games. Says, we see it as another powerful tool in our toolbox, Chief Financial Officer Lin Tao said during an online press conference, referring to the use of generative artificial intelligence in creating games. It will be the most useful when we can combine it with the artist's sensibility and style. You can't. She added that the company does not see AI as a threat and believes that Sony's mission is to master the tool and assist in its commercialization. That is big talk from somebody, and I think I've said this before, and I will say this again. Anybody who defends and intends to use or implies that they intend to use generative AI, what you're telling me is you're broke, which I don't believe is the case with Sony, or you have a large stake in AI. and you need it to succeed. And the reason we're finding this out, and the reason I believe that that's what it is because there is a gigantic AI bubble right now. And if any part of that bubble fails, there's a good chance that the whole thing collapses. So anybody who is heavily invested into AI is desperately trying to protect their investment, because if this falls apart, it's going to be a mess. When this falls apart, it's going to be a mess. At least they're honest about chasing it for the sake of cheapness. Probably won't rewatch the Roz episode. The guy shouting infidel always annoys me. Sag, for the Roz, you talking about Ra's al Ghul? I watched another one of those episodes. The one where he's looking for, oh, you know what? I was talking about the Bruce Wayne comment of it's deductible. I think that's what it was. It was the episode with Ra's al Ghul when he shows up because he's looking for some ancient pharaoh's tomb that apparently has power in it or something. I really didn't realize how terrible he treated Talia. I really don't remember. And she loves him, right? She loves her father and she protects him. She turns on Bruce at the end, Batman. And holy smokes, he treats her like crap. Nintendo partnered with a company that made them an AI site for the Mario movie. Ew. You're cheap and low care for actual and low care for actual employees. Microsoft is too rich to admit they're wrong. Sony wants to be seen as the best at everything, even when they're not. Apparently, the last few strong Bitcoins have finally all started to collapse, so the industry may finally be almost over. I saw that S&P dropped like 2% yesterday, which is I know there's probably not a lot of finance people here, but wait, Batman's name is Bruce? But that's a pretty big significant drop for them. I was particularly shocked by how she said, we not only like it, our mission is to be an AI leader. Like, everybody wants to be an AI leader because they think it's the way that they're going to make money. But they're not. This is going to fall apart, and a lot of companies are going to go down with it. How far she's willing to go and beyond is the most. Oh, yeah. It for she or he? Because it's not. I mean, AGM. Was it Batman Beyond that had the really, really disturbing twist with Talia al Ghul? And I think these sorts of family dynamics are not uncommon. Yeah, if we can just weather the AI pop, we'll be the gods. That's probably what they're thinking. Yeah, it was Beyond. I mean, if you need any more proof that Ra's al Ghul is he's a ghoul, right? He's a ghoul. Ghoul. I know there's a disturbing twist with Terry's dad. I didn't find that twist disturbing, Latimer, but I did kind of roll my eyes a little bit, like, okay, Gabagool. Yeah, I did kind of roll my eyes, like, all right, I guess that's what we're doing. No, the one with the would they be the Al Ghouls or the Ghouls family? Poor Terry's dad gets killed by Geese Howard. No, not that Terry. Different Terry. His dad did die, though. The twist isn't disturbing, since thankfully it's all just chemical stuff. Yeah, it's not like they made Bruce get... it's not like Bruce did the deed with Mrs. McGinnis. Mr. House Point, Nintendo paying a company for a site and they use AI. Sony's like, we shall become AI kings. They're on a different scale, Dragoon, but... we often say with AI, not even a little bit. We like to believe that we don't want to let it slide, even if we've gotten AI videos and AI commercials and voiceovers, and people are just kind of maybe not okay with it, but they're willing to tolerate it. Like it does suck, but yeah, it is different. It is fundamentally, it's different in scale. Yeah, we just needed some of his genetic material. He was leaving it everywhere. That's not even a little bit of what I meant. I don't think anyone needs any more proof that Roz is an absolute psychopath and a monster. Like, I just didn't realize. I didn't remember how much. I don't know. I guess maybe as a kid I didn't pay attention to that aspect of it. But yeah, he was actually really, really awful. So I'm excited to finish out seasons 2 and 3 and see how I feel about the rest of it. I do know that one of my favorite episodes is coming up, which is I think it was in season 3. It might have been New Adventures, the one with Batgirl. You guys told me before. I don't remember what season it was in. I didn't remember that being New Adventures of Batman. I didn't remember that being season 4, quote unquote, but I do remember it should be. It's obviously it's Batgirl, so it's later, but he stole his daughter's body. I mean, Mr. L, he stole his daughter's body, yes. I'm more concerned with the fact that he basically killed her because her consciousness is not in there anymore, right? If it's just him, then that means she's dead. You then need to move on to Superman, TAS, and Justice League. Okay. All right. Here's the thing. First, I wouldn't jump to them immediately anyway. After Batman, I think I'm going to go back to some anime. I might actually go back to One Piece. I might actually continue back on to One Piece. I didn't really like Superman, TAS. I thought it had some fun moments, but for what I saw of it, I wasn't really that big of a fan of it. I tried watching Justice League. I really need to give it a longer, more dedicated amount of time because I couldn't tolerate how stupid I found everybody. And I don't mean like dumb character. I mean they were like idiots. Batman would come into the room and the IQ drops significantly because the writers had to make sure that Batman was the one with the answers. So it just felt like everybody else was stupid when Batman was around. And I couldn't stand that. You guys, I've been told that Unlimited gets much better. And everything that I've seen from Justice League, whenever I watch clips and stuff, I think it ends up being from Unlimited. Those are definitely more interesting. But yeah, you got to make Batman useful somehow. But I hate the trope that the reason that things happen in any sort of movie or TV show or adventure, I've never been a fan of the idea that they happen because the heroes are idiots. Because the heroes do dumb things. I can't stand that. It drives me crazy. It's more nonchalant. Both Superman and Justice League are shows that have amazing moments, but the internet has made people think both shows are nothing but bangers when it's more sporadic. It also doesn't help that when you go and you look up scenes on YouTube and you want to like get a feel for the show, you're going to get a curated experience of all the best clips. You're not going to really see anime does this a lot. There's people that I talk to that I would never recommend anime to them because even if I showed them really cool scenes from anime, you still have to watch the rest of the episode, and a lot of it is just empty space. It's not empty space, but it doesn't feel as interesting. Superman gets worked hard in Justice League because the main baddie has to be a threat. Yeah, and then you have Superman there, and Superman is difficult to make a challenge and have everybody else be involved. To the Talia point, I do wonder, it's not a good bad thing per se, but a lot of us grew up with it around I hurt you because I love you family dynamic. So back then as kids, we were like, yeah, that's his tough love, right? As adults, we're like, wow, that's horrible. I wonder, I'll be honest, I wonder, Dragoon, if we even really noticed. You know, when we're kids, we don't really understand emotional dynamics. We understand physical comedy, we like physicality and stuff. So when Batman beats up a criminal, we say, oh, the good guy won and the bad guy lost. It's not until later that we really start to understand. And when I say kids, I mean, 8, 10, maybe 12. 12 is around when that's going to start changing. Later on, you start to realize, oh, the villains had motivations. Like there's a reason that they were doing some of this stuff. And that's not entirely like, when you watch like Mr. Freeze and stuff, when you watch Heart of Ice and all, or Feet of Clay, you kind of understand. You understand that there's this horrible thing that's happening to them. But you still kind of register them as the good guys and the bad guys. Whereas when you get older, you start to realize that it's not a solid line. It's really a gray area where you're kind of looking at it and you're thinking, hey, gray area. Where you're looking at it and you're realizing, wow, Mr. Freeze definitely took it too far, but he wasn't entirely wrong. Clayface wasn't wrong to seek revenge for what happened. Poison Ivy, yeah, she's unhinged, but she's not entirely wrong. Like, there are the villains. And then you start to look at Batman. You know, I one of the things that I do that I've noticed is, especially in superhero culture, like, we'll never have superheroes. I don't ever think, and I don't just mean people with powers. I mean people with costumes that fight crime and use their money or even their lack of money in order to fight criminals more effectively. We'll never have that, because the amount of bad things happening as a result of greedy CEOs and corporate greed and things that are just out of people's control. Batman doesn't do that. Batman's not fighting corporate CEOs. You know, Batman goes into a building and there's some CEO there who is taking millions and millions of dollars and doing something, and he doesn't, like, he's not doing that regularly. Like, if he happens to be there, he'll stop them, but he doesn't go after those criminals. So as a grown-up, you watch it and you kind of think, you know what, there's Batman's beating up muggers. That's great. That makes a difference in somebody's life. But when he's trying to stop a criminal from stealing $1 million from the bank and he's ignoring Jeff Bezos, who is saving millions of dollars despite having billions of dollars, and he's doing it by firing people and effectively, people like Jeff Bezos have created more criminals than Batman ever would. So if there was an actual Batman out there, I would expect him to be fighting corporate crime as opposed to just muggers on the streets. So it almost doesn't work in a real world scenario. There were vigilantes that like that, and let's just say it ended horribly. Don't think anyone died, but it became a publicity stunt. Yeah, I remember seeing things about, like, costumed people in costumes that they would patrol their neighborhoods, and they would like call the police when they were, like, they wouldn't fight crime. They would go around like Moomin Rider. They'd be like Moomin Rider for anybody that watched One Punch Man, where they're like D and C class people, but what they do is they go around, they make themselves present, and they would call the police. But any one of those people would get their ass kicked if that happened, if they ran into the wrong group of people. But yeah, when you look at, like, corporate crime and stuff, Batman doesn't go after any of that. But we don't think of that when we're kids. When we're kids, we're like, why isn't Batman fighting CEOs? Like, we're not going to think that. We take it at face value. It's not until later, when we have more understanding of the real world and the world around us, where we start to question it. And I think that comes in through with a lot of the villains. I think that a lot of the villains, we just didn't really, we were told they were bad guys. We were told that Batman's the good guy, and we never really were able to dissect what it is that made them that way. And when you watch it when you're older, you realize, wow, a lot of these people, this is why I said earlier, I wish a lot of these people, after they got arrested, we never saw them again, because they would get the help that they need and they'd be fine. The Maxie Zeus thing. What created Maxie Zeus? Was it some horrible chemical accident? No, it was, they say in the episode, it was literally stress. Stress made him effectively lose his mind and turn him into that criminal. Does Batman need to stop him? Absolutely. But if that guy got the help that he needed, if he got arrested and got sent to Arkham he thought he was a god there. So, but this is a guy that's probably not going to be a criminal anymore. So I don't ever want to see him again. I was going to remember that the world of superheroes is much more simple. Yeah, where literal gods are proven fact, magic and demons were real, also aliens. That would be a wholly different world than we live in. Well, that's a good thing about early Batman TAS, that it's not like that. In early Batman TAS, the most supernatural being, I think, is Clayface. Poison Ivy doesn't have powers. Joker never had powers. There's no Bane, right? Bane's not until season 2. Ronan, rating with a party of 2. Welcome. Baby doll, Riddler, like none of the most amazing thing about the season 1 of Batman is it's almost believable in a sense. For all of its unbelievability, there's a down to earth logic to the things that are happening and to the people that are doing things. Shadow Legends. And that's what's interesting about it. It's not until later where we dealt with magic and stuff. I mean, we dealt with magic. We had a Zatanna episode, but it wasn't I'm casting giant spells that move mountains. They were literally stage magicians. So, we haven't had aliens yet. The closest we had was like, not aliens, but robots. We had the Hardak robots, which again, I've said this before. The 2-part Hardak episode could be a movie. I would watch an entire movie of just that being the story. To be fair, it's hard. I think Batman TAS and Superman TAS by nature have very different kinds of turns because of who their main star is. Liking one doesn't translate into liking the other. I also think a TAS applies to the Justice League show. Its tone gets wackier a lot of the time because Wonder Woman, Flash, and Superman's villains don't tonally gel with Batman's or Green Lanterns and such. To be fair, it's hard to punch white-collar crime. Lex Luthor usually isn't going around shooting people or robbing banks. Yeah. I guess that there's like how, and you're right. It's like, how would Batman fight that crime? I think he still could, though. I think when you talk about corporate espionage and whatnot, I think Batman could have a hand in that. Although I do wonder if that's part of the disguise, is that Batman has to stay away from the business world because he needs to let Bruce Wayne fight those things, which again is why Bruce Wayne is important. Bruce Wayne's important because if there's a version of Batman that fights white-collar crime, it's Bruce Wayne. He's going to be the one that does it. If stress turned people into villains, I'd be an Avengers level threat. Yeah, that really is what happens. It's what happens in the show anyway. And both Batman and Superman TAS tackle the whole theme that superheroes are not a necessity, not the solution. Clark has that as a literal quote: "The world doesn't need Superman; it just needs a brave one." Oh, I like that. The world doesn't need a Superman; it just needs a brave one. And the trial episode highlights how society abandons people in Gotham. Yeah, and how those people made themselves. And that's the thing with these shows. It got highlighted with the whole Magneto was right controversy in the X-Men revival. It's not about whether or not the villains are right, since there's a justification for their choices. It's the fact that vengeful violence is still violence. Yeah. And that's a great thing. It's a great thing that to acknowledge that, yeah, they're still criminals. They're still terrible. It's just they probably had a right motivation in the beginning. You get the right answer with the wrong method. It doesn't justify how you got that answer in the end. Didn't Bruce at one point attempt to work with Lex Luthor? Oh, I have no idea. Maybe in Justice League? Yeah. To quote Wilson Fisk from a video game where Spider-Man just saved MJ from literally being lowered to a vat of acid like a Bond villain, and there's a nuclear bomb he's clearly connected to. My lawyers will out me by dinner time, right in front of police officers. Yeah, Spider-Man is someone who he just tried to murder. The more time goes on, the more time proves Magneto right in many regards, though, is the thing. Yes, but it's the same thing, Ryan, to me, as Thanos was right. Yes, there's a justification in his motivations. It's the way you go about it. It's the extreme nature of what you're doing. Sure, there are some horrible people in the world. And if for whatever reason you feel wronged by them and you need to do something about it, you can, and within reason, maybe you should. But just because there are criminals in the city, it doesn't mean you blow up the city. It doesn't mean you take everything too far. And that was the whole Magneto issue. Like Magneto in those movies, we know that he went through really horrible things. But there are innocent people all over the planet that didn't do anything to him or that have had worse happen to them. And to destroy everything wholesale because some bad stuff happened to you is kind of short-sighted and it's small-minded and it's selfish. It's selfish and it's very self-centered. Magneto's right that humans suck, but 90% of the people he would kill wouldn't really kill a mutant. There might be people that don't even know that mutants exist. You're KH, you're killing other mutants, right? Because wasn't that plan supposed to kill everybody or destroy the Earth or something? I don't think it was was it just supposed to kill non-mutants? The first time it was supposed to kill non-mutants, or it was supposed to convert everybody into a mutant, which was just gonna destroy them anyway. In the first PS4 Spider-Man game, Kingpin declares that they will wish him back once he's in prison and no longer keeping a lid on all of the different crime gangs. Literally a situation that happens in some places. One crime lord is easier to deal with than several, so they don't do anything about them. They just leave them. Yeah, I mean, Batman knows who Rupert Thorne is, and I mean, Two-Face he could never find, but like he knows who all of these people are. He even knows where a lot of them are, but he doesn't go after them. Magneto was never wrong. Charles even said as much. It's just how he enacted his ideals on the world that were the issue. Like that's always, that's the problem, is just how extreme you take it, and that's why I said that some of the villains in season 1 were really interesting because their motivations were 100% justified. Oh, Ronan, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. And K.H. Sorcerer, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak also. We acknowledge that a lot of those villains had good motivations to what they were doing. Mr. Freeze, Clayface, like they all had good motivations. But were they taking their actions too far? Were they hurting people who had nothing to do with anything? They were not involved at all. That's where you start to run into that problem. Remember that X-Men comic arc where the X-Men got possessed by the evil Phoenix, and Magneto was like, Scott, maybe you all should take a deep breath and think about this. You screwed up when Magneto asked you to cool his jets. Yeah, the matter is you can prove Falcone is a crime boss and the like. Yeah, that's why no one could touch him in Batman until they got evidence that he killed Selina's gal pal. Oh, that's right. Does he kill her? I liked her. To use a classic quote, the road to good intentions is often paved with evil choices. Yeah, so it's just such. I can't help but come back to it. It's just such a good show. Magneto only sounds logical, yeah, when you're not his target. Again, same thing with Thanos. Thanos is like everybody's wasteful and there are not enough resources to go around. And I still hold that I disagree with the idea that you can just make more resources because it doesn't change people's behavior. But his solution is to annihilate half of all life in the universe. That seems a bit extreme, right? Some guy working a 50-hour-a-week job to take care of his family, and like Hawkeye, right? Let's take a Hawkeye that wasn't a superhero, right? Just Clint Barton going to work every day, working hard, trying to support his family, give him a good life, raise his kids right, treat his wife right, do all of that. And then one day there's a snap and his whole family disintegrates in front of him. What did that guy do to deserve that happening to him? Or the other way around, now he gets snapped away and now his family has no support. There's no breadwinner, there's no anybody, like their whole life changes. Like that's the problem, is that it's always going to be way too extreme. But when you have people going, I mean, listen, you want me to say something extreme? I'll say something extreme. I'm not going to say that I support this one way or the other. I am not saying that I support this one way or the other. But if you have somebody that goes outside and guns down an innocent person on the street, people would say that guy is a monster. But when the person he guns down is the CEO of a medical care company, right? Some healthcare CEO that has been screwing people over for decades out of millions, if not billions of their dollars, all of a sudden he's the hero. Because his one and only target was somebody that we don't like. And we were okay with it. People cheered. They were like happy for the guy. If you don't know who I'm talking about, then you look it up. Healthcare CEO death. Yeah. Woohoo! Oh, that was more Mario. Yeah. There we go. That's Luigi. In Infinity War, he made himself the exception. No, AGM, I think the logic was that what he did spread out like a wave. So it started from him and it went outward. That's the logic that I had heard, was that when he snapped his fingers, it basically went out in a wave. So like as the focal point, he was not going to get it. Yeah, I'm not okay with having the Punisher IRL. And yet people would be. People would be fine with a Batman as long as Batman didn't attack people. And then if you found out that Batman, as a kid, his parents were murdered by a common criminal, which turned out to then later be a mob killing, or like a motivated killing. So now he became a superhero and he attacks bad guys and he gets them arrested. Like we'd be like, yeah, okay, I understand that. That seems like a reasonable reaction. That seems reasonable. But if then you said, he's using a mind control device to control all of the people in Gotham to make sure that nobody commits crimes anymore, we would say, yeah, that's a bit extreme. Now you're kind of going too far. I heard conflicting things on that. Not sure the Russos ever confirmed. I do think an issue a comics run into is Magneto is right. In some comic runs, he's either a super extremist, if the character is treated as an amalgamation of all these different versions, because the comics say, yeah, this is the same guy, we swear. There's something Endgame low-key backed down from actually discussing. The world was technically actually healing and getting better, but the only reason we reverted it is because people refused to move on. Which fair, but it never actually fought back Thanos' argument. Yeah, I mean they you're right. At the beginning of the movie, he's like, I saw whales in the Hudson first time we've seen it. Like, I think that's kind of an interesting thing that they did bring up, is that for some people, it like the world is healing. Even if people refuse to move on or couldn't move on, the earth was actually getting better. Hey, we saw that before. We saw that with our own two eyes. COVID. When everybody was locked in the house and nobody was going out. How many times did you see pictures from places like the Taj Mahal that are usually covered in smog, and now they're having clear, crystal clear blue sky days? It literally happened. The Russo brothers said he was able to be snapped out of fairness, but they later went back and saying that he had to make sure that it worked before he retired. Yeah. Cage corrected me. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. There we go. Falcon and Winter Soldier tried and only half succeeded. We do get better. We do move on. It can just be really frustratingly slow at times. And in the past 10 years, it gets where the industry has grown to most of the medical field. Mental health? Yeah, it's BS. Cutting down the world population by half would still be more than we had 50 years ago. Hell, it might be more than we had 30 years ago. I mean, you're definitely right. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder how that would actually work. Assuming that you're not snapping away all of the employees from the nuclear power plants and now everything's going critical or something. It does seem interesting. Yeah, that whole justification thing. I mean, as we get older, I think that's a good discussion for later, because I think there are a lot of examples of this where not necessarily this person was right. Yeah, you delayed overpopulation by less than half a century. How do, and I'm not asking this now, I'm just saying that this would actually be an interesting discussion later. How does being a grown-up, an adult with more understanding of the world and people, not totally understood, but right, there's more than we'll ever know, but how does that affect your ability to, or your opinions of heroes and villains? Because now you start to scrutinize, well, what are the motivations? How are they treating them? Batman beats up criminals and he arrests them. But there's always been the logic of, well, he's also doing this without any due process. He's also not asking any questions. Yeah, it makes them more relatable. Does it make some characters less relatable? You know, when we were kids and we would watch Star Wars, the Jedis were the good guys and the Sith were the bad guys. But as we've gotten older and we've gotten more lore, we've come to realize that, wow, the Jedi were not actually that great either. The true justice in the world, in the universe, in the galaxy would be moderation. And the Sith were one extreme, and then the Jedi were just an extreme in a different direction, which we don't really think about until we get more stories. And now we do. Now we look at it and we look at, right? Yoda was the guy. Yoda was the Jedi master. And now you look at him, especially after having seen Qui-Gon and understanding more about the Jedi lore and the Force and everything, we do sort of question, like, wow, so maybe the Jedi weren't that great either, because the Jedi also, they took kids away from their families and said that they couldn't see them anymore, and they trained them in a very narrow-minded way to only believe one type of thing, and you weren't allowed to ask any questions about the other thing. And if that ever happened in anywhere else, if you got a job at a company and the company said, all right, listen, here's the thing, you can't see your family anymore, and we don't want you asking any questions, we would be highly suspicious. Yeah, you can't have any emotion. You can't let emotions control you. So, like, a lot of that, it changes as you get older. So Batman kind of does the same thing, and a lot of superhero logic does the same thing. You know, a Sith only deals in absolutes. Sounds like the Jedi to me, doesn't it? Nope, can't. It's all Jedi. It's all light force. You can't do anything about the dark side of the Force. We don't want you researching the dark side of the Force. We don't want you trying to use the dark side of the Force. Sounds like an absolute to me. And you don't really think about that until you get older and you start to really scrutinize that. I'm not going to lie. While I love Batman, he's probably one of the worst heroes and is less helpful than him being Bruce Wayne. Sounds like Maverick talk to me. Growing up is realizing that everyone sucks, but just because someone sucks doesn't mean that we should allow horrible people to rise, because, well, it's balanced. It balances out the good people who are also bad. It's often the issue with well-balanced is better. It's more about accepting that all things in the life cycle up and down, and we do our best to ride the waves. Yeah, so when you go back and you watch and you look at the Jedi, you don't believe that anymore. Even Batman, like Batman, one of the things that makes Batman good in that sense is that he does fight crime, but he doesn't just mindlessly arrest them and then that's it. Like, he usually is trying to help them. Like the Clayface episode where he meets him again and he calls him Hagen. He calls him like Matt Hagen. Like, he's still trying to help him, and that's always a good thing for Batman. That's why I don't like the later Batman. Later Batman just beats everybody's ass, and I don't really like it. I like the Batman that treated people like people, because he was a person. He was a super rich person, and but something absolutely terrible happened to him. And now he could have gone either way. He could have been a villain. He could be the Batman that kills people because they took my family, so I'm going to take theirs or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all kinds of goofy logic. Punisher. There's people that, like Stone, I think he's mentioned Punisher. There's people that defend the Punisher. Like, oh, well, his family was taken by crime, so he goes out. He goes out, but he's a little extreme. So, and I say little with larger air quotes than my hands are capable of. But there's people that will defend him because of what happened. And Batman never turned into that. He never became that kind of person. Yeah, the Batman that kills is just Thomas Wayne. And we would not suffer, like Gotham PD wouldn't suffer a Thomas Wayne Batman, even though they did in that show. But in Flashpoint, the world was also about to end because of a war between the Atlanteans and the Amazonians. Neo is 80 euros? The Punisher sees a kid steal from a candy store. Time to strap up. This Batman dismantling a dog napping ring after a deaf kid drew a bat signal in front of his house. No, but that sounds great. The Jedi were often wrong and grew uncomfortable and ignorant. But it didn't justify the Sith and what Sidious did when he rose to power. It's perhaps a testament to the fact that the Force isn't good or bad thing per se. It's indifferent to those who are harmed by the balance it seeks. Very, very true. But that's not how the Jedi even saw it. Even within the Jedi Order, while there were people in there, I'm trying to hesitate to call them moderates so that it doesn't sound political, but there were Force moderates in the Jedi, within the Jedi, and they were treated badly. Qui-Gon was always passed up because he understood the dark side of the Force, and they didn't think that was a good thing. But he was so awesome they couldn't acknowledge it. That's why I wanted a new Jedi Order with Luke, because Luke is somebody who has been on both sides of the Force. Politics in my Star Wars? How dare you? Red Hood is an irony since he's right. There needs to be an answer for when villains are not afraid. Yet for him so much, I'm talking about him, just him. He's already beheaded and murdered dozens, and he still doesn't kill Joker. I know, that Red Hood scene always bothered me. I think he ends up dying, though. The Punisher is odd because he admits he's not a good person, but he sees himself as necessary because he does things the good heroes do. The good heroes like Cap aren't going to do. Now, my favorite Punisher quote. We'll jump into a game here in a second. My favorite. It's not a Punisher quote, but it's the when you kill a killer, the number of killers in the world doesn't change. And then it's a picture of Punisher that says, "That's why I don't stop at just one," is one of my favorite. To me, that is a Punisher quote. I don't know if it is actually a Punisher quote, but that to me is such a Punisher quote because, yes, he admits that he's a violent, sociopathic killer. But as long as he kills more of them, there's still a net positive in what he's doing. Like, he's a maniac, but he's ridding the world of other maniacs, so the number is still going down. That's such a, as the young kids would say, that's such a Punisher coded message. Yeah, it's Punisher might be the perfect anti-hero. Punisher might actually be the perfect anti-hero. Done watch. Holy moly, the conversation about Batman's still going because Batman's awesome. Thing is, where should the line be for the Punisher? Because you can justify killing most criminals in his mind because a lot of the smaller crimes lead to joining gangs, mobs or worse, or a lot of those smaller crimes lead to punishment, not capital punishment, but it leads to prison, and maybe that's where some of them will realize that what they were doing was wrong. Or maybe they didn't have a lot of, it's I'm going to kill this guy because he was robbing people. All right, but that guy was robbing people because some corporation cost him his job, and now he has no way to feed his family. And now that he's in prison or dead, because it's the Punisher, so now that he's dead, what's his family going to do? What are his two kids and his wife going to do now that they don't have an earner? They have no way to make money. Maybe one of the it's nonsense. I know that it's nonsense and I'm being extreme, but that's kind of the point. The point is that you're never bothering to ask. Punisher never bothered to find out what was going on. Ooh, Ghost Rider and Punisher team up and call it Sin and Punishment. Ooh, I do kind of like that. That's not a superpower. That's natural evolution. Oka says the Punisher should wipe out the family line. Yeah, I mean, go finish them off and put them out of their misery, Punisher. Wolverine and the X-Force that he led are a better anti-hero example. Punisher is a gun maniac with an excuse. I do like that. I kind of want him to say that, right? I'm just a gun maniac with an excuse. I would love to actually hear him say that just straight up. One of my dad's friends got jail time for manslaughter, but all he actually did was got attacked in a gym, dodged the attack, and the guy went over the balcony, and then he got 10 years in jail. But if Punisher was just to remove all the killers from the street, killers from the street, he would kill my dad's friend. It reminds me of the Dark Knight movie where they're gonna blow up we should blow up the boat full of prisoners. Yeah, but some of those people are probably in there for marijuana. The thing that I can go down to the store and buy, and then some of them are probably in there. So we can't even act like all criminals are the same. And we're going to act like all people are the same. I don't like to think of myself as a violent man, but I know that's not true. Now, I would like even if I am one. They remove that moral dilemma in the movie by going, no, it's full of our worst criminals, all killers. Yeah. Yeah, just but that's why Batman is better, because Batman would ask that question. Batman would find out what's going on. He would find out that, oh, well, this guy is a killer because or a mugger because he's being forced to. Like, sure, he's gonna stop muggers, but if something happens and then he finds out what's going on, it's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna do something about it. And how many times did we see Batman do something and then Bruce Wayne steps up and helps? That's one of my favorite. Dragon, that's also a Punisher line for me. Actually, no, that's a Punisher line, and it's also a I've seen that meme with Darth Maul. Violence isn't the answer. Violence is the question. The answer is yes. You would never understand Spidey says, really, Frank, you think you're the only one who lost somebody in this town? You're just someone who turned it into an excuse. I understand Batman not killing certain villains. Yeah, but it comes to a point. Joker should have been killed for so many reasons, and putting him away is pointless because he'll escape again. That goes the same for people like Bane. Gotham is filled with the worst criminals in the DC universe, and Batman just puts them in an asylum that is the most easily escapable prison in Gotham. For as much as I say that, Ronan, and we're going to get started with the game here in a second. For as much as I say that, there is one major exception, and I'm realizing it now. The major exception is actually Batman the Animated Series, because this was a time when nobody was dying. Go back and watch it. I think in the entire span of Batman TAS, I think only one person dies. I think there's only one death for what I've seen so far, having finished the first season. I think only one person dies, and it's not even like a crime thing. I think it's just that their death. Oh, I'm sorry. Dick Grayson's family, they die. They legit die. Other than that, I think maybe there was one other person that actually dies. So it's really interesting because sure, there has to be a limit, but that limit only applies when you're talking about a version of the Batman universe where the criminals are killing people. And if you watch TAS, you realize the criminals don't actually ever kill anybody. They never actually get to metaphorically or literally pull the trigger on somebody. Except Martha and Thomas Wayne, they obviously died, which we don't really get. I don't think we get like some flashbacks of that. Dick Grayson's family dies. Batgirl dies, but it ends up not being real. But I'll admit that the Batgirl dying moment is one of the most intense moments on the show. But she doesn't actually die. And there's another character that dies. Like it's like it leads to something else, but I don't remember what it was. But yeah, the idea that, oh, well, some of these people go too far and they need to actually be killed, it doesn't really apply to Batman TAS because the criminals don't actually kill anybody on the show. Every time they hurt somebody or somebody falls off a building or something, they land in something, or you find out that they're in like there were a couple of times where the character blatantly looked like they died, and then there's just that one last, so you know that they're only in a coma. Yeah, the Flying Graysons. They're the only ones that actually die throughout and even they sort of die throughout the course of the show because it's a flashback thing. Yeah, no killing is a very modern thing that people have taken to an extreme. Even before Tim Burton, Batman wouldn't hesitate. Yeah, except those criminals aren't actually killing anybody. In Batman TAS, they're not. Yeah, Batman TAS doesn't kill a lot. They wait for Batman Beyond to kill them. Yeah, Batman Beyond is when they're just. That was probably the most striking thing about Batman Beyond was, oh wait, they're actually killing people. This is not. We're not going to point guns and then walk towards you. We're going to point guns and we're going to shoot. And there's the episode with Carrare, the assassin in Batman Beyond, where they're fighting on a train. Remember how like Batman, how like in Gotham the trains are on these for some reason, all the trains in Gotham are on 30-foot tall structures, and Batman's fighting them and he's beating them, and then they're falling off the train. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm not seeing parachutes. I think they're dead. TAS kills Joker like 3 times in the Batman crossover Mask of Phantasm and Beyond. Do they kill? But is it really killing Joker if he's still alive? That's my point. Is that it looks like death, but no one ever really dies. At this point, the no kill rule is about half of Batman's existence. Yeah, and I understand why that's different. I understand why, when you've got Bane in the movies killing everybody on a football field, or you've got Joker blowing things up or killing Lois Lane, like when you start to deal with that, then it makes sense to say, like, all right, Batman needs to put that one rule aside. But when you go back to TAS, you when you watch it, you realize, wow, nobody's dying. They don't kill anybody on that show. It literally is a handful of people that they kill outside of the Flying Graysons, because the whole family dies at once. I think there's only like 2 actual deaths. Batman not killing people I can get. It's the fact that Gotham doesn't actually punish anyone for their crime. Yeah, like that's way more obnoxious to me. Is that the court system in Gotham is absurd. They often die due to betrayal or their own failure. Matt P kill wasn't really a kill. He just vanished into the smoke laughing and was presumed. Yeah, the judiciary and prison system in Gotham is corrupt, and they that's always been part of the story, right? Their DA was literally a two-faced maniac. The next DA hated Batman so much that she was willing to let the criminals go free. Like there was kind of a mess. Yeah, there's a reason no one dies in Batman TAS. It's the TV set. Oh, absolutely. I know that there's a reason for it. All right. But yes, to round that up, to round that off, if you've never watched it, I would highly recommend you watch Batman TAS. If you have watched it and it's been a long time, it might be time for a rewatch. Speaking of not killing, someone pointed out that the RE9 gameplay trailer on the Nintendo Direct yesterday purposely had Leon miss every shot or cut away before he did anything to retain a general audience. I didn't know that. I didn't even notice that. They were thrown into throw them into asylums, which was a real thing we used to do to brush our problem away. But not only is it easy to escape, it's like super awful to the point. There's an episode where Batman helps the inmates since the wardens. I love that one. Darn it, Mr. Mayor, you have to stop handing out these get out of jail free cards to campaign donators, and then packs of 20. All right, let me bring the game up here. Smooth. What's this? Oh, look at that. Yeah, I'm watching the clip from here. Yeah, I remember this with the chainsaw. I thought he hit them with the chain. Oh, you're right. He does whiff with the chainsaw. That is kind of funny. Yeah, it was very blatant. It wasn't blatant when I wasn't looking for it. And now that you are looking for it, it's just right there in your face. Okay. So what are we thinking about doing today? Is that why they didn't fire guns in the they didn't fire guns in the Turok trailer? Was there just no violence in that? It's the only time I agree with Jameson. If there was an ability, if there was the ability to have a higher security cell, why wasn't he in it? Yeah. All right, Joker, this time we're going to put you in the maximum security jail cell. He wasn't there the first time or the first 10 times? Are we only did you just build the maximum security prison? Why wasn't he there? like after like the third time he got arrested, maybe we should start throwing him in there. Did you see the Pokemon pinball? No, I didn't see that. The thing that caught my eye for the Turok trailer was that not a single bullet was fired in it. See, I always thought Turok was like bow and arrow and stuff. Not until I shifted to maximum overdrive. So what's this? Pokemon Pinball. Oh, an actual pinball machine. Coming soon. Ooh, 7,000. Limited edition model, 13,000. Pro is 7,000. Premium is 10,000. Limited edition is 13,000. I can tell you that the 7,000 seems kind of accurate for pinball games. If you've ever looked up buying an actual pinball machine, it's hella expensive. Joker is just a guy in a world with people like Killer Croc. Yeah, ignore the amount of people he killed. We only have 3 max cells. They have to rotate with their get out of cell free card. Yeah, pinballs ain't cheap. That is wild though. But an actual a brand new Pokemon pinball. I hope it's not just called Pokemon Pinball, because that's going to make searching for things confusing. All right. So what to do today? We can do Mario Kart. We can do Smash Bros. I don't feel like doing party or anything. We did Rivals yesterday, so I won't worry about that. Or there's this trial version of the Monster Hunter Stories 3 game, if you want to play that. But I think these run kind of long, so I wasn't sure if maybe you guys wanted to do just the multiplayer stuff. Why am I quoting a line from JJ from one of the Insomniac Spider-Man games about maximum security prisons? That's basically what it is, right? Do the trial? Nobody wants to no multiplayer? Nobody's why so many get out cards? Why do you think Gotham has 99% voter registration and voter rate? Yeah, they they hand them out with when you vote. Yeah. Oh, you said that too. Yeah, we were just talking about just like the criminals in Gotham and why they've become more extreme, and why the logic of the Batman who doesn't kill like why it made sense and why it doesn't make sense now. That's the problem. You know, the revolving door of Arkham Asylum. Maybe I'll play one of those Arkham games. What's the next one? I only played the first Arkham game. What's the next one after that? Oh, you got a poll? I was about to make a poll. Yeah, so there's a poll up. If you want to play something multiplayer, it'll probably be Mario Kart or Smash Bros. Or if you want to do the Monster Hunter trial. City is next, the best one. Okay. Okay. All right, so why don't we... I mean, no one's voting, so... I'm just happy to chill. Yeah, I don't know. Unless you just want to talk, unless you have other topics and you want to talk about stuff, because we haven't talked about anything else. So I didn't really have any topics. The Wii U is between. Wait, the Wii U is in between City and Night. The Wii U, the system, Asylum, City, Night, and then we played Origins on SGB. I think that's the order of release. Okay, so yeah, so City is my next one. I have it. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I have the trilogy, I think. Am I going to play Kingdom Hearts one day? I've played Kingdom Hearts 1. I never played any of the other ones. So, yeah, I think so. Honestly, Sag, I was thinking about starting Kingdom Hearts 1 on stream Monday. I think I might do that. I don't think City being the best Arkham game will make you like, I don't think City being the best Arkham game will make you like the formula any better. Ooh, interesting. We've also had comics that delve into Batman. All right. We also had comics that delve into Batman and Superman that kill, and the result is that things don't really get better. Arkham City is a very game. Wait, Is that supposed to be fun? Was that supposed to be fun, or is that supposed to be uncle, like Unk? The Arkham games go on sale for super cheap. I think I have them. I think when you guys donated them to me, I think you donated me the trilogy. So I think I have all 3 of them. Kingdom Hearts is basically one giant convoluted mental health funk. All right, so so the Monster Hunter trial one. So do you wanna play this Monster Hunter trial here? Here, hold on. Let me go into my online. With all the DLC is a huge steal. This is YouTube. Oh, and the Dokapon game that you guys were telling me to get so that we could play together, was that Sword of Fury? Hold on. Just clearing all of my Nintendo news things because they kind of drive me crazy when I see them. YouTuber I watched named Magic Mush did a video essay documentary on the history of X-Play. Was that the channel or show? The next day, Adam Sessler was crashing out on Blue Sky. I didn't even know he had a Blue Sky. I didn't know Adam Sessler was still paying attention to things. Heads up, Monster Hunter Stories 3 has some performance issues. This seems to be another Switch 2 version, but a Switch 2 demo. Adam Sessler was a nuisance. No idea about Sword of Fury. Dokapon Kingdom is also on Steam, but Sword of Fury is the one that's on sale. I didn't buy it yet, but I wasn't sure which one I should be getting. Oh, Sword of Fury is the new one that's on for €10. Connect is the old one that goes for $50. A Switch 1 demo, you meant. Okay. X-Play was the show. All right. So let me see here. Dokapon. Yeah, so I have put it in my cart. Dokapon Sword of Fury. It's the $25 game that's on sale for $10. The other one, yeah, is still $50. Dokapon Kingdom. Dokapon Kingdom Connect. So I don't know which one I should be getting. See, Bandai Namco announced that Sotsu's Gundam-related business will be integrated into Bandai Namco Filmworks starting April 2026. They handled anime production, particularly for Gundam, but will focus on advertising tasks going forward. Oh, I heard Adam Sessler as the kids say, terminally online. Yeah. I'm here to shill Guilty Gear XX Accent Core plus R. It's getting complicated. Okay, hang on. Okay. It's under $4 on Steam right now. I think so. I have the demo already, and when I went and tried to download the Switch 2 demo, specifically just now, it popped up. The demo is already downloaded. Oh, so it's the same thing. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Give me a minute. Let me run to the restroom, and then when I come back, we're going to play the Monster Hunter Stories 3 demo. I don't know how long this demo is. I believe these Monster Hunter Stories demos go not super duper long, but I think they can go for a little bit. Oh, G-Quux winning Anime of the Year 2025. I haven't been able to watch it yet. But even when I saw that, I thought that's going to ruffle some robots. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, although maybe the demo senses what version you have. I can't say for sure. Yeah, look, my question is how? Like, all right, give me a minute. Let me run to the restroom, and I will be right back. Okay. All right. We might have had something just come up. Give me a second here. The site says anime fans voted to select the top 100 works, 20 in the theatrical film category and 80 in the TV series category to determine the People's Choice Best 100. From those 100 works, a wide range of anime industry professionals, including producers and creators active at the forefront of the industry, as well as other media and anime merchandise stores, voted to select the Best Picture and Individual award. Greg won the lotto. He's about to disappear. No. Theatrical film category, Demon Slayer. Commit to. I can't wait to watch it. The TV series was Mobile Suit Gundam G-Quux. Hang on. Hit that. No subscriptions. They never released this stuff here. An ad for Scott Pilgrim EX. So apparently there's a new commercial for the Mario Galaxy movie. Nintendo Mario Galaxy movie. Let me see if I can find it. It's this one. It's for... Oh, it's from Illumination. I didn't mean for that to be loud. I saw something on that, but it's 31 seconds. But Lilac, it seems to be new footage, and on Blue Sky, they are saying who some of the voices are going to be, and I don't know that I knew or did not know some of these voices. So do we want to watch the ad first? Do we want to watch the ad at all? If and when I watch Wonder Man, I hope they finally kill Trevor. Looked it up, but yes, demo on the eShop, regardless of which version you're downloaded, is the Switch 1 version. People who played the Switch 2 version at a recent Nintendo event are saying that version played significantly and noticeably better than this demo. So either the eShop demo was an old build, or Capcom was just lazy and did one demo for both versions. The lazy one sounds right. We knew Rosalina and Junior's voice. Oh, did we know them already? Okay, I saw posts for them, and I wasn't sure if we actually knew them or not. Okay. But yeah, supposedly this is a new ad. Hang on. With new scenes. Okay. We knew those
Friend
actors.
request incoming.
Oh, God. EU55, thank you so much for the follow and for the Twitch Prime sub. I very much appreciate that. EU. Turn it down a little bit so it shouldn't be too bad.
The great battle of my life draws near.
Let's go.
Stay close.
Oh. A little bit of Vort. Oh, God.
Rated PG.
That's not bad. That's not bad. That was a pretty decent ad. It looks great. I can tell you that. Like from a visual standpoint. Makes so much sense now. G-Quux is literally an industry legends 0079 fan fiction. So it makes sense that it tickled every industry old farts fancy, even when the show was a mess by the end. Looking forward to seeing Bowser's mental health journey and Mario accepting him for who he is. Vor and Mpreg. Wait, oh God, in a Nintendo movie. G-Quux, it's easy to forget since it's been a while. G-Quux was a huge deal when it was airing. It still feels like a huge deal now, but that's probably because I get model kits from it. All right, so you got all the airships. You got his one painted. I don't know if the other ones are significant in any way. So what is this? Bowser World? Bowser Jr. World? That's the castle on top, right? Or is this just Bowser World?
Let's go.
Battle of my life draws near.
Let's go.
I mean, listen, I know that it's Chris Pratt, and I know that we're accepting of the fact that he doesn't sound like Mario, but every once in a while it is kind of jarring to hear him just sound like a normal dude. Right? Let's go. We we accepting, like, there could be a little spin on his voice. It just sounds so flat. He's not a plumber in the magical mushroom kingdom he's just a plumber. I've heard doing more game accurate. I hate when it sounds forced. We speaking French. Yeah, I think his voice works as something just plain and neutral, which was the intent. Generic white guy voice. Like, it just feels so blah. You got Yoshi there. These little monkey guys is hilarious looking. I want a plushie of that. Forsooth, let us make venture forth, mine companions. Mario, are you okay? Did she just hit him with the...
Let's go.
She did with the Super Princess Peach deflecting. So what do we got here? Koopa Bar? All right, fun thing they could have done here. The bar should be fire themed. This should be the fire bar. Oh, it's like the bad guy bar.
Stay close.
So what is this city? What do we think this is going to be? This ain't New Donk. I want to know how Junior got the paintbrush and bandana. Egad does not exist in this movie. Well, they're going to rework that. They're going to put that into the movie. Imagine Mario voiced by Urianger. No. No, just by Urianger himself. N64 spotted? Where? Probably the inner Bowser planet. Yeah, I'm guessing so. I guess this is the Bowser planet. We're in Blade Runner town. Oh, that's an N64N. Hold on. Where? Let me know where the N64N is. Oh, N64 City. Do I not see the logo?
Stay close.
So it's not here. You talking about here? Oh, right over there. Okay, on the side. All right. Yeah. Okay, I see it. Well, look. Look right here. We got there's a Mario Party stuff here. It was on the screen before I rewound it. You got Mario Party dice block. I kind of wish this Galaxy thing wasn't here. Damn it. Yeah, you got that. You got the little Mario Party block. Oh, and there's a couple of them. There's one there. There's one there also. I don't really see anything else. A little chain chomp, of course. Yeah, that was a great pause right there. Those firing star things were pretty cool. I don't know if this is from anything. I mean, listen, if you're a Rosalina fan, which I don't hate, that's Mega Leg. Mega Leg from Galaxy. Okay, I didn't play Galaxy 2. That perfectly explains that. This is awesome. Wait. Oh, is it in Galaxy 1? Oh, okay. Oh, it's from Galaxy 1. Then I mean, it has been forever since I played it. Maybe that's what I need to play. Okay, so I was thinking next week I was going to say next year. I was thinking next week starting Kingdom Hearts. Should I play Mario Galaxy? Should I play Mario Galaxy 1? Or should I play Mario Galaxy 2? Mario in a Blade Runner type city, I have a bad feeling about this. It's there as the first major boss of Galaxy 1. Oh, and there's a smaller one in Galaxy 2. Okay. Play both. I vote for Galaxy 1. He's still finding excuses, people. But Speaking of Gundam, part of me is at this point rolling my eyes that it seems that Gundam still has not gotten over Char Aznavour for and his counterattack. No, it's significantly they're never going to get over it in a way because that was such a turning point in their history. You can play Galaxy, but you can't run from Kingdom Hearts forever. Here we go. All right, everybody, get your fill. If this is what you're into, get your fill of it. I do think Char is a little overrated, but what happened is significant in their history. Even if you don't like the guy, you have to admit that what occurred because of Char is significant and it is life-changing to their society, which is something that Japan is actually literally used to.
What?
I know, Skeletor. A DeviantArt having a field day. Char tried to sell me McDonald's once. Yeah, he's important and his role matters. We're just tired of the guy. You're just tired of the actual guy. Hold on. I have to see how close they got to showing this. What's the button to go like incrementally backwards? Or forward. Here we go. It's bad. It's bad because you know what's about to happen. Comma and full stop. Thank you. Speaking of Skeletor, how does Jared Leto keep getting work? I don't know. Literally the last frame. You can't. You all have. I'm making everybody see it.
Uh-oh, spaghetti-o.
Ah, that's good.
Rated PG.
Oh, it started again. That's funny. Yeah, I love that the egg also had glasses. Yeah, all right. I just saw that, and then, yeah, they were posting about voices for the characters, but I didn't know if we knew any of those voices or not. Brie Larson is going to be... Oh, wait. Does anybody not want to know? Because it's Brie Larson and... Who was the other one? Let me find the other one. Benny Safdie. Benny Safdie. I don't know if that's how you say his name or not. They had to throw in that scene before the rated PG. Oh, and if you notice, in this trailer also... Nobody got shot. Nintendo keeping that rating safe. So Leon couldn't shoot anybody, Turok couldn't shoot anybody, and now Mario didn't shoot anybody. Nintendo really hanging on to that all audiences rating. Yet. Wait, Spider. I have to wait until they make the Mario and Rabbids movie. Then Mario will start shooting people. What's the release date? I think it was April. Was it April 1st? Brie Larson, we know since trailer 1. People had a fit about it, but I think she sounds good, and she knows a fair bit of Mario Galaxy. I'll be honest, I don't really know what the problem with Brie Larson is. Like, it's not about acting, right? Like, the problem with Brie Larson that everybody has, it's something external that happened. It's not like Sydney Sweeney, where we probably don't have any real reason to hate the person, but for what acting we've seen of them, it's not good. Because I like Brie Larson. I think that she's awesome. The problem is that she plays strong women. Wait. It goes back to the Captain Marvel press stuff. Okay. Let's talk about this. Nintendo stock dipped after the financial report. Many grifters went scared Nintendo. People quietly said, that's a reaction to that new Google AI game engine. And investors are worried AI games are the future again. I didn't even know about any of that. Even Sony and Microsoft stock dripped to the same level. To be fair, the stock market had a huge dip the other day. I think yesterday, it had a big dip, and a lot of it is tied to the AI sector. This is why we think it's going to get worse. Like, a lot of people are, and we're not a finance channel here, so I don't know enough about this to say anything definitive. But a lot of people in the finance world are just kind of sitting there and waiting for this to happen because everybody thinks that when this AI thing falls apart, it's going to drag a lot down. It's going to take everything down with it. Investors don't know shit about game development. Yes, but they know things about the market. And the market right now is in a very weird position because so much is tied into the AI stuff. When people say they have a problem with Brie, when we say people have a problem with Brie, we mean incels. Oh. Oh, she was just very full of herself from that Marvel movie. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure you remember the old .com. I remember the .com bubble of 99. I think it was 99 when that fell apart. I remember the housing crisis of 08. Like these things happen. Like if you watch a movie called The Big Short, it's fantastic. It talks about the 08 housing crisis, but this has the potential to be much worse because companies are so invested in it. And that's why, and notice a lot of companies who you don't really remember talking about AI at all one way or the other. Now in the last like month, everybody's got something to say about it, whether they're for or against it. A lot of companies are just coming out of nowhere and saying, oh, by the way, our response to AI is this, whether they're for or against it. And I think it's because it's starting to come to a head and everybody's trying to pick their sides. They're either trying to push the AI as far like the AI market as far as they can so that they don't take a loss, or hold on, for some reason this is driving me crazy. Where's my other one? I don't like when they're like tucked in like that. Yeah, like they're either invested or they're watching out for their investments, or they know that when it all collapses, everything around them is going to collapse. You know, I'm not invested in AI. I don't like AI. But I have no doubt that when the AI bubble collapses, it's going to drag down a bunch of industries, and those industries are probably going to be attached to things that I do actually care about. People were upset that she didn't emote a ton in the trailers for Captain Marvel, despite a key part of that movie was her being drilled to never show emotion. And when the incels started getting upset that a strong woman was being shown, she basically just replied with mad, and that sparked the eternal hate they have for her now. One of the first things people in Google showed off is that new AI engine was a version of Breath of the Wild, Link, and Zelda, like almost ripped models. In a fake Breath of the Wild world that was laggy, and stock people and investors said it could steal anyone's IP so we could have illegal Zelda on PC. Yeah, Nintendo will be forced to put in games on the PC. Yeah, everybody's fighting to do whatever they can with AI because they know it's about to collapse. And I genuinely think that it is going to. I've actually been thinking that for a little while now, and I'm not the only one. Like I said, I'm not nearly as entrenched in finance as a lot of people are, but it's going to be a mess. And now you're getting companies that are coming out and saying, yes, try it, or no, we will never try it. And the major problem with AI games is that they run at a worse frame rate than Ocarina of Time. All right, so I wanted to watch this Mario thing. I wanted to see if there was anything new and interesting in there. I mean, it's new footage, so that's really cool. But yeah, I was also not really sure about the voices. Okay. Oh, remember when Sony did soft NFTs, and now they pretend they don't exist? W for Rosalina fans. I mean, that's definitely true. Okay. So we'll put all of this back. Oh, wait, hold on. Wrong. Oh, back to this one. Can we use a different word other than incel? I subscribe to the term mouth breather. I never really liked incel as a word. I never really gelled with that word. I don't know. I feel like it's a negative equivalent, right? So I don't know. I was never really a big fan of it as a term for them. Be nicer to call them just idiots. I think, right? I think it's probably just, I think it's accurate enough just to call them idiots or losers or I don't know. I feel like there's better word. I've never been a fan of that word. Hold on. All right, so we'll do the Monster Hunter demo here. True. Calling them involuntary assumes they have no power to better themselves. Yeah, I think my problem is with the word incel is just that it's not even the involuntary. It's the it's the second part. Like I don't know what Twitch's rules are, so I'm like afraid to say anything. I think my problem with it is involuntary celibate. What does that have to do with anything? You know, we had this little stretch where when you called someone a loser, I can't even say it's a little stretch. It's been going on forever. When you call someone a loser, you call them a virgin, right? That was always the thing. And there was a stretch there where people were actually just using the word virgin. And I never really liked involuntary celibate because, like, what does that matter? I can be an involuntary celibate and still not treat people like garbage. I don't really think it, right. It's like, oh, he treats people like garbage. Damn hat wearers, right? You see what I mean? Like, there's no equivalency there. One has nothing. Calling them involuntary celibate has nothing to do with the fact that they're a-holes. They're just a-holes. Just call them that. Captain Marvel was also a hot topic because Marvel Civil War 2 had just ended. And she was the leader of the clearly wrong side who beat Tony Stark into a coma. That's it. I wonder how much of that mattered. That's interesting. I didn't know any of that. I knew that there was another Civil War. I just didn't know what happened in it. It came from them to begin with. Oh, it came from them to begin with. They kept crying over women. Oh, never giving them the time of day, and now they're nice guys. And it's her loss. And then they. Okay. I see. I see why that came up. Hey, this one guy started a company called Virgin, and he ended up making a lot of money. Yeah. So it doesn't. So what it means is, being one doesn't necessarily mean you're a loser. Yeah. I'm not like, oh, how dare you use that kind of language? It's just like, I don't know. I just find it an unnecessary word. Yeah, but no, I mean, that's me, right? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, that's why I was never really big into the term, because it's just like it doesn't really mean anything. That logic. People should have hated Iron Man when he came out as Tony was hella toxic. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, in the comics, Tony Stark is terrible. So where's all of that behavior? Honestly, yeah. Her slogan in Civil War 2 was, "We must arrest or kill these people," because our ESP guy, who Tony proved only accurately sees the future like 2% of the time tops, says they might do something bad, and if you disagree, we'll arrest you instead. Well, you see, Greg. Oh, Tony is a man. Okay, that's the problem. Yeah. And if you disagree, we'll arrest you. Dragoon, isn't that the plot of the second Captain America movie? Wasn't the whole point of that movie that we have machines with guns that can kill people who might be a problem? Seems like that was the whole point of that movie. But Tony Stark built this in a cave. Okay, so... All right, so we're going to jump into this. No, do that. Hang on. Hunter. Stories 3. There we go. Okay. No, that was the plot of Minority Report. No. Minority Report was, we need to arrest people who are going to commit crimes, even though technically they haven't committed a crime yet. Winter Soldier, they took control of the helicarriers, and the idea was they had a computer that would predict the probability that someone will be dangerous later in the future. And it was just going to go, like, the airships were just going to go around killing anybody who might potentially become a threat later. Like, on a mass scale. That movie Tony was established before comic Tony became big. Ms. Marvel came into the MCU as Marvel was now once again a big deal. It was also sex. Yeah, it was sexist being jerks. It was sexist being jerks. Oh, I have to get ready to stream the end of Diablo. Catch you later. Trios, I don't know if you're still here. I have to ruin this for you. I gotta spoil something for you. It's not the end of Diablo. They made at least 3 more games. All right, so let's try out. Yeah, I was just saying, Trios. You said the end of Diablo, but they made at least 3 more games, so it's probably not the end of Diablo. You mean there's 3 more of them? Oh yeah, they actually made 4, but I don't have cell phone, so. It's easy to forget, but Iron Man was basically a C/B hero before the movies. You think so? I always thought Iron Man was a high level. Iron Man was always a high level hero. Iron Man was always a high level hero. Marvel itself was not high level. Like I think people don't really remember how much comic books Iron Man was a bench warmer. I mean, he was there for a lot of big things that happened, right?
Request incoming.
I just think speaking of the Avengers, it's Tony. Tony's here. I think the problem was that before the success of like the Iron Man movie, I think comic books were always kind of like, yeah, they're good. Sometimes we get a good comic book movie, right? Batman has good movies and stuff. But that's kind of it. Yeah, he was a known hero, not a high-level one. That was reserved for the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man. See, you say that. In the Fantastic Four, I feel like nobody knew who they were back then. Even back then. He was no Spider-Man. He was no Batman. But I still think that people knew him. What I will say, though, is I think even back then when people knew of Iron Man, they didn't know anything about Tony Stark. I think that's the thing, is that no one really knew. Yeah, Iron Man in the 70s, though, was a nobody. I think that the problem was that nobody really knew Tony Stark. What? Yeah, next. Here, I'm just going like this, except. Just what is happening here? Well, okay, hold on. This is Capcom again, right? What is Capcom's deal with asking you your age? Because it asked us this in the Pragmata demo. What is Capcom's thing with what is your age? Poll time? Oh, yeah. Market demo research, probably? Interesting. That's an interesting idea. Spider-Man, Hulk, X-Men, and Fantastic Four were more popular than all of the Avengers. Yes. Wow, see, I can't say all of the Avengers, though. That's why I'm focusing on Iron Man. Because, yeah, like, when you talk about Vision and all of that stuff, the broad sense of people didn't really know who that was. I think Iron Man was popular, though. I thought Iron Man was known. Okay. No, I'm not even really trying to defend. I don't really care about Iron Man. It's just, I feel like I knew, as somebody who didn't really read comics, I knew who Iron Man was. And like, I knew of Iron Man. Like, if you showed me a picture of Iron Man, I'd know who it was. Like, way back in the day, if you showed somebody a picture of Vision, they might not have even known who that was. Whereas, if you showed them a picture of Iron Man, they'd at least know it was Iron Man. They might not know who Tony Stark is. They might not know a lot of the backstory. But I always felt like people kind of knew. I mean, yeah, you go back to like Marvel versus Capcom and Marvel superheroes. Even in that space, people knew who Iron Man was. You don't give 3 TV shows to a B-lister. Did Iron Man have 3 TV shows? The only TV show that I remember with Iron Man was a show called Exo Man. Or was it Exo Man? I think it was. How long until Uncle finds his age? So, let's see here. It actually scrolls really fast. Here, hold on. He had 3 different cartoon runs. Okay, I was thinking of a live action movie, live action show. 70s cartoon, 90s cartoon, and Armored Adventures. Knowing of him is what makes him a B, a C or a B. Actually caring is what makes you an A. I'll give you that, but I can only go as low as a B. The best I can do is a B. Most people knew Iron Man, Captain America, and Doctor Strange via Spider-Man. Yeah, even if they were presented them, like even if they were introduced to them from a different source, like I feel like people knew who they were. Fantastic Four, I feel like kind of comes out of nowhere. Or at the very least, I think people don't really understand how significant the Fantastic Four are. I don't think I read the original Avengers run. No, I didn't really read comic books. I didn't and Jerv, that's kind of why I say that it's interesting, the idea that Iron Man pre MCU was a C-lister. Because I didn't really, the only comic books, I can tell you that when I was younger, the only comic that I read all the way through were some real like individual things. I think I read like a couple of Ninja Turtles comics. I still have some of like some early Superman, some Alpha Flight, believe it or not. There was a Fantastic Four versus the X-Men run. I think it was like a 4-issue thing, and I read some of that. The only thing I read all the way through was Secret Wars, which would have introduced me to a lot of characters, but I wasn't asking who they were. You know, when I read Secret Wars, I wasn't sitting there like, ooh, who's this guy? Who's that guy? Like, I knew most of them. Some of them I was kind of, like the villains especially, I was introduced to through that way. But for the most part, I knew who they were. The only comics I cared to collect were Marvel Zombies. Lots of Marvel characters are known, and they tried to push Iron Man a lot. The issue is, even those TV runs didn't do very well because he was seen as neat rather than popular. It wasn't until the movie that the character revived a noticeable jump in reception and his sales rocketed up. I see, and that's my point, Dragoon, is that I also say that Iron Man might have been how a lot of people got introduced to Tony Stark and Iron Man, but that was also the beginning of the MCU. There was also, when you talk about Iron Man, you're not like the movie. When you talk about the movie, you're not just talking about the best version of a character that we've ever seen. You're also talking about one of the best comic book movies that had been in a long time. I mean, we had to go through a stretch of some really awful comic book movies in order to get to where we were. So I think that's what helped put him on. Again, he was known, not popular. Yeah, okay, I can give you that. Just got back from grocery shopping. Got a big haul. Yeah, I'll give you that. He wasn't popular. I still don't know if I would say C. I think B list. B list is probably where I would go there. No one gives a crap about these guys. We only want Spider-Man. The Beatrix gear in 14 is on the right, vanilla, and the left shows modders. Modders fix the lack of issues. Okay. I mean, Lilac, it's jarring, but it works. Iron Man was peak of Marvel sales in the 80s? Most people only know about Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man, much like how people only talk about TAS Batman going back on circle a bit, which is why people only know Batman for no killing. It'd be a better phrase to say he hovered between C and B for a long time. All right, so where am I here? Oh, I think I usually pick a guy. So color sets. Ooh, wait, hold on. I see one I like. Bam. Yeah, face shape. Here, confirm. Here, let's give her. All right, I like that. Confirmed. That's all we're gonna pick. Look, that's the fastest I ever got out of a character creator. Now, to be fair, after the MCU, every other version of Tony Stark is anything, and anything else was basically just someone trying to act like Robert Downey Jr. I usually pick the guy. No, that's why I picked the lady, because I usually pick the guy. That's why I was saying that. I said there's a point where people cared more about, there was a point where people cared more about Hulk than Iron Man. Yes. Yes, 100%. 100%. Yeah, I will give you that. There were a lot of these characters people cared more about. Oh, damn it. I went back. Finish editing. No, wait. Oh my God. Stop. Cancel. Oh, that's okay. I forgot I'm playing on a Nintendo system. Hold on. Oh, wait. No, edit Ranger. Oh, this is a different guy. No, body type? What's happening here? There. Good Lord. Color sets. Okay. This way. Okay. So we have to pick this again. Oh, yeah, hold on. We'll go with that name. One Streak. Thank you, Saber. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. There we go. Iron Body Type 1 is my favorite Marvel hero. Demon in a Bottle portrayed boosted his popularity in '79, and he was outselling X-Men for a while. So there was a phase where Iron Man was really popular. I feel like some of us are just mad at the description and meaning of being C tier. No, well, Latimer, not mad at it, but it is weird to think of Iron Man as anything but A tier just because of his popularity. I can give you B, but he was definitely more popular. There was a time when Iron Man was very well known. And Hulk, like a lot of these characters were. Hulk had a primetime show that to this day we talk about, and it actually was a decent show. Like the old school Incredible Hulk show from the 70s was actually a good show. Scared the hell out of me as a kid. Yeah, him transforming into the Hulk always scared me as a kid. But I would still watch it because it was a good show. Lonely Man Intensifies. Who would be a C tier? Killer Croc, Firefly, right? Is that his name? Firefly in Batman. In Marvel, C tier. I feel like some of the side heroes. You think Shocker? Kazar? Kazar. You say Firefly is lower? Ooh, what is this? C tier, basically every Netflix Marvel show. Right? Daredevil was popular. Punisher was popular. But Jessica Jones, there's your C tier. For lack of exposure, maybe Luke Cage. Luke Cage was probably like before they started to make them a bit more high profile, but even now that they are, Luke Cage would probably count. Spider-Woman? Does Spider-Woman even exist anymore? Yeah, this looks very pretty. I'm kind of watching it. Oh, wait, hold on. Now we're getting somewhere. I think Killer Croc is B tier for how much he's used. They like Clock King would be C tier. See, you got to remember, there's also a D tier. And an F tier is just garbage character. Whether you know them or not, F tier characters are just garbage. The Inhumans? Do you think the Inhumans? They tried. They really tried the Inhumans. They tried to make them something bigger because they wanted to get rid of the X-Men. Ooh. Oh, wait. Oh, now Dino City is going to merge with New York because she took a piece of the meteorite. Uh-oh. Kamala got a TV series and a movie, and it's going to be in the Young Avengers. The Inhuman show MCU tried. The Inhuman show MCU tried to do was comically bad. D-tier is something like made of wood killer. Just beat people with a baseball bat. Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Shang-Chi. Wait, that's just the Defenders. Hey, Jim, you're just describing the Defenders, right? That's not the hairstyle I picked. Yeah, my point. Inhumans weren't trying to get rid of the X-Men. It was the answer to the Marvel split, as they couldn't use X-Men when it was under Fox. The Inhumans were created, and also additional classifications outside mutant and mutate became... Well, mutates were a thing for a while, right? Because the Savage Land creatures were all considered mutates.
Could that be?
Have you seen one before?
Yeah, like the Nasty Boys. I thought they were... actually, the Nasty Boys, I don't know if they were mutates or not.
Let us commence. The rite of emergence.
Let's hatch this thing. It was mutants and mutates, and because Fox owned mutants, yeah, they created a third classification. Oh, which the Inhumans fell under. Well, the Inhumans were created mutants, right? That was the whole Terrigen Mist thing.
Two sounds overlapping each other.
That's the voice I picked. I should have picked a different voice. You just need a long stretch of road and a bike, or a daycare center. Yeah, if you want to evolve that, you want to hatch that egg, you just need a daycare center and some rare candy. The Destroyer, kill it, or hack the system, like Johnny failed to do. Kill it.
It's a miracle.
An extinct species here in our kingdom.
I can't. I don't kill. What? It's Rathados. There's two of them.
They're twins.
Oh, Rathados.
An ill omen indeed. And look at their scales. Like those of the accursed sky scale Rathalos.
And they're perfectly balanced because they have scales.
Twin monsters are a portent of disaster. Should you wish to oppose this omen, ancient custom dictates.
Their babies look like miniature adults. Yeah, didn't they look different
That only one
in the other games? Two Rathalos, if we let them live, they will mate, and we will be overrun with Rathalos. You never read that nature book we gave you about how? Okay, I mean, just, you know. All right, we'll have a talk later. We will have a conversation later, and I will explain to you why two male Rathalos do not mean that we will be overrun with Rathalos. And so that's why the MCU called characters like Wanda and Pietro enhanced rather than Lilac in what was the Shield, Agents of Shield? They used to call them powered people. They didn't call them superheroes or anything, which I like. I like the idea of powered people because you don't know if they're heroes or villains.
Simon.
But that's what they would always call them. Have you ever heard of this thing called the Rathian? Yeah, but that was two Rathaloses. Rathali? Wow, his first name is Ranger? They knew what he was going to be when he grew up.
Hate to ruin your fun, but you better get back.
I wish my parents named me
Just
Millionaire.
give me a second. This monster is a rare specimen. For all we know, it could have been the master of this forest.
Yeah, I mean, Two-Man Wrestle was.
Pretty cooped up, all stuck like
Did I just talk? Oh wait, I'm not using. I have it on English. I don't do the Monster Hunter speak thing.
My gift?
The light of their lives may have gone out, but they have much to tell us about the
Oh wait,
world
is that
they
the
lived
pickle?
in. Observing egg quartz lets us learn about monsters that have gone extinct. In my
Don't-
book, we couldn't have asked the past for anything better.
Don't the characters talk in Monster Hunter Stories 1 and 2?
Suppose you're right.
At least 2, right?
Still, how'd they even get stuck in there?
Devil
What
Joe.
really happened to them?
Oh, we used to be a mute. Oh, okay.
Very nice. Putting us to work solving this big confusing mystery of
I'd rather
theirs.
they talk.
I guess not, but that's what we rangers are here for.
Who the hell are the Wii
Come on,
Rangers?
let's head back. The rookie's inaugural expedition is today, right?
Yeah, but not until the afternoon. This is bad. I have important business to do.
Oh, she didn't wipe. She forgot to wipe this morning. Now it's all itchy. Oh, oh,
is bad.
oh, damn. Hold on.
Fast.
Go, go, Monster Rangers! Monster Rangers, go! Uh-huh, yeah, uh-huh. Oh. Toot. Just don't do this thing. Just make it inverted. Just give me a button where I can just, is there a button here that I can just say inverted? I have to change the up and down myself. Camera controls up. Wait, I can't change it. Probably in settings, not controls. Okay, yeah, so maybe it is. I swear every single time I go to do this, it's in a different place for every single different game. It brightness, master volume, camera. There we go. Invert do not invert and okay. Invert up and down, left and right is normal. Okay. Okay, there we go. Everything looks washed out a little bit. Is it too... Hold on. Is it too bright? They don't want you to set the camera controls to wrong. Options. Brightness? No, I can make it brighter. I don't want to do that. Maximum brightness. Okay, so let's turn this down a little bit. Everything just looked washed out. It still looks a bit washed. This is the Switch. Oh, it reminded this is the Switch 1 version. It's a bit cumbersome, but for having all these, all the toggles and mapping possible. Move it. Yeah, there's bright and then there's being solar flared. Could you peek the language? Oh, peek the language settings. Let's see if there's the Monster Hunter setting. Oh, Breath of the Wild. This is Burke. This land is harsh and cruel. Its people, even more so. But we do get to fly dragons around. Oh, I get to fly. Move. I literally can't go up and down. Oh, hold on. Options. Audio. Camera sensitivity. Text language and voice language. No, it doesn't have monster speak. Skyward Sword. you're falling. Okay, that's what, yeah, you're not flying, you're falling in style. It will be, but not yet. I don't know. I mean, will they put all of that effort into voice acting? Look at the map. The map's opening. Oh, the map is actually really cool. Oh, yeah, this is Wind Waker. Every Zelda inspiration possible. Are they shooting at me? Oh, okay. Looking like a J.J. Abrams movie with these lights. It works like that? Okay, I'm out. My only problem is that everything... Oh, a little pop in there. Yeah, this is a Switch 1 game. Everything just looks washed. The shadows and everything, like the shadows are all... they're like a light gray. As in the demo only had, as in the demo only has English, but other options will be on full release. But I do wonder if the other language option, like if the monster language will be on there. Why do they jump off a cliff before they call their creature to catch them? What if your wyvern doesn't come in time? Isn't that what happened in Skyward Sword? That he jumped off but didn't realize his bird was being kept prisoner?
Deep in that court.
Low contrast tune shading. Oh, it's me.
That lady's a princess. And when is she expected to return?
I gotta turn the brightness back up because now it kind of looks worse.
Soon enough.
It's Murray. Oh, even his Palico's a jerk.
Princess, you ruffian rebel of robes. Here she comes now. Hey, Captain.
Have there always been pigs? I want a pig companion. Switch 1 game still looks pretty... Oh, yeah, it looks great as a Switch 1 game. I do wonder how much the... how much the Switch 2, because this is on Switch 2, I do wonder how much it's boosting performance. She togged off that cliff, saw the Rathalos shadow go past her, smiled and sprinted off the edge. She knew it was there. We've had Poogles? Poogles? Is that what? Poogies? Poogies? That's my pig companion, Chris P. Bacon. I love that clip of the reporter that can't stop laughing at that. Trial version knows. Oh my god, I thought this was the end of the trial version. Okay, fast travel, change time of day. All right, hold on. I gotta change the brightness settings. Here, we'll go. I think I just went too low. General brightness. Who the hell is general brightness? Oh wait, wasn't he on Gundam? General brightness. Wasn't that the guy from Gundam? Okay, that's a bit better. Look, you respect the demo for having the balls to end that short. You get to see what it looks like. Lilac, was it Baldur's Gate? Which was the game that the demo was just the character creator?
Your Highness.
I'm thinking of General Herpes. Was it Code Vein? Like, they released the demo, but the demo was just the character creator. Much before you can even dress up your pig Poogie in little outfits. Code Vein 1. Current objective, thank you. How do you think I found you? That's a point. What's been the most disappointing demo ever?
Your Majesty.
Most disappointing demo ever.
Please forgive my delay, Father.
It's going to be one that was really short.
Have you made any progress with the encroachment?
Or that you really couldn't do anything.
Nevertheless, our research continues to
I
bear
don't know.
fruit. This morning, in fact, we discovered egg quartz at a new location.
Sounded like she said Ed Quartz.
A harbinger of conflict to come.
Conflict?
They speak of
It means
Rift
fighting.
War. 2
She looked like she didn't know what the word meant.
Records from that era note the appearance of crystallized monsters.
Worst
This has
demo.
relations with
I don't know.
Vermeer
I'd have to
Frey.
really think about it.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, but this resurgence, it cannot be coincidence.
I feel like any demo for like a
We have
builder
called
game.
you here to update you on their movements. We have received
Any demo of a builder game where you can't carry over the build.
The Rangers too may well be forced to take up arms when the time comes.
And even
Stay
legs.
at the ready.
At the ready, the Rangers aren't a combat force. They exist to
They
research.
exist.
We haven't had a
for the
fight for
kingdom.
200 years. We
And
don't know what
you
we're doing.
Are the sole Rathalos rider in Azuria. Should the need arise, you will be tasked with duties.
When we say ranger, don't think army ranger. Think forest ranger. We don't know anything about
We have
fighting.
organized talks with the Vermilion envoys.
Yeah, the Dragon Quest Builders 2 demo was amazing. But then you could carry that over.
Your Majesty, are you sure of this?
What about it?
It's just...
I played a VR town builder, which was awesome, but it gave you 30 minutes, and
real situation is rather
I don't think it carried over.
Populations have reignited protests over the incident from 10 years ago. Some denounce the actions.
Noah
of
Bright could
former
even be a
Queen
general,
Amara, Vermilion
since the
will
Earth
marry
Federation
into
fleet
our
uses
royal
naval
house.
ranks.
In
Oh, yeah,
time,
you're right,
the
he'd be a captain.
princess And these political machinations will surely endanger her.
But I've got
No
goggles on.
matter. This is an order. Do you understand?
Who, the king? Is Matt Mercer?
Father.
We shall summon you again. You may go.
Okay.
By your leave.
Hey, come back. I told you we'd summon you again. Normal games around 30 to 60 minutes should be fine to get the idea across. Dragon Quest, screw it. We're big enough to have 10 hours for a demo. And then there's the Pikmin 3 demo, which I swear never ended. Oh, the other guy.
Why the long face? Your meeting go that badly?
Because I'm a horse.
Sounds like we're on the brink of war with Vermeer.
Oh,
War? What's that?
that would explain why the aristocracy's been so on edge lately.
Why? Because they're going to have to fight a war?
I've been ordered to join the Vermilion.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to try something. I'm going to try something I never really liked. I'm going to switch to auto playback and see how they string all of the voices together.
The king clearly has high expectations of you. It's a good opportunity. You should go.
Easy for you to say.
Ooh, that's good.
Come on. You must have heard what people say about me behind my back.
Nice hair.
Daughter of the Turncoat Queen.
This is excellent.
That's what they call me. I hear it everywhere I go.
The only talk I hear of Lady Amara is as the founder of the Rangers and an intrepid protector of monsters. Me and the Rangers, have nothing but respect for her. Look, what I'm trying to say is, we've all got your back, so stand tall. We know you can do this.
Thanks, Simon.
Now come on, we've got a job to do. That rookie isn't going to train herself, Captain.
Right.
Would you count the free trials of MMOs as a demo? Because if you don't,
you attended to
yeah,
your
Final
duties-
Fantasy probably has the biggest one.
This is such an honor, Captain. Getting to train under you is nothing short of a dream come true.
We haven't had a chance to talk yet, have we? Good to have you on board. I hear you're an excellent rider for your age.
What, me?
This audio,
Heck, it ain't nothing special. Riding's just a part of life is all.
this,
Forget about me,
like,
Captain.
the
You're
dialogue
the
here
best
is
one.
fantastic.
You're the one and only Rathalos rider in all of Azuria, maybe the world.
Well,
Wherever you go, I'll follow. Poison swamps, Gypceros nests, you name it, I'm there.
Balak, why isn't that
Take
working?
me under your wing.
I am companion enough for the princess, thank you.
right. Listen
Was
up,
it one L?
Our first
Lilac?
stop is Whitestone Woods. That's where we'll begin. Your inaugural expedition
It's not working
is
at
going
all.
to show you how we Rangers do things,
All right.
which means
I'm gonna have
we'll
to figure
surely
that
be
out.
encountering monsters. You'd best prepare accordingly.
You got it. Aye, aye, Captain.
All right. Let's look at our let me look at my supplies here. 5 mega elixirs. Not going to use those. Can reform chest. Okay.
Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, this is a Switch 1 demo. This is indeed a Switch 1 demo. Which way are we going? This way? This is like Peter Parker trying to shoot webs in the first movie. This is Monster Hunter. Oh, Mega Elixirs are like high potions here. Whoa, look at that pop, man. Yeah, everything about this is a Switch 1 demo. Okay. Ah. Most players hate it. We understand there's a reaction to RMT abusing the free trials to make money, but still sucks how restrictive it is. Okay, so Noah technically did become a general level rank, just not actually called the general. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV's free trial is very single player focused. Yeah, I guess that is kind of true. Cause yeah, you can't team up with randos. I think if you know people, they can. You can team up with them. I think. A major general. I mean, he was a major captain. So I think becoming a major general makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Oh, look, we're out of the voice acting phase. Hold on. I'll explain in detail later.
Well.
Call Monsty. Can I change weapons or no? Those 5 potions are either going to be pocket change or going to be there till the end of the game. This is Major General. little Jeff the Shark. If you know people, they can friend you. Oh, and then you can team up from either person, but you can't actively friend people yourself. Okay. And I can't fly though? Oh, that's right. You can't fly. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. You picked up a plant. Everybody gets a level. Your monster in the background looks like he had a face in the menu. We'll slay the Velociprey. Think of it as a chance to test your skills. Coming into contact with a monster will trigger a battle. Running into one from behind will guarantee a preemptive strike. But if a monster hits you from behind, you will suffer a surprise attack. A caution icon appears over strong monsters. Yellow icon slightly higher. Red icon danger. Danger close.
Hey.
Oh wait, hold on. What'd you say? My monster in the back. He told a dumb joke, but he's waiting for you to figure out it was him that said it. Wait, I'm gonna pick up something else. There we go. Yeah, look at my monster. That Velociprey is dead.
Hey.
He has a good poker hand in cards. Why don't you try handling this by yourself? All right, so this is a...
Careful.
When you and your opponent are targeting each other directly, you'll enter head-to-head. For the 3 attack types, power beats technical, technical beats speed, speed beats power. Keep that in mind. Okay, combat triangle. Okay.
Keep it up.
Ugh. That wasn't the plan, the right plan of attack. The opponent used the speed attack too. As such, the clash ended in a draw.
Keep an eye out.
The bravest Velociprey I've ever seen. Yeah, he's staring down several hunters. It would seem I'm the target this time around. Staring down several hunters and a Rathalos and a... What is that? That's a Toby Nadachi? Is that what that is? And the Velociprey is like, I can take him. 2 people. 2 people. 2 people and 2 monsters. Toby Kadachi. Okay.
Your Highness!
Okay.
Keep an eye out.
It would seem I'm the target this time around. All right. So hold on. Oh, so okay. I pick it here. All right. So I want to do a technical attack. You've played Monster Hunter. Velociprays are ballsy mother. Yeah, they kind of are.
Okay.
Did it have to show you falling on your ass twice? Aim for a double attack. You and your Monstie should both use attacks with a type advantage. If you and your Monstie, when a head-to-head while just say monster. When a head-to-head while targeting the same opponent, it will result in a double attack. However, double attacks will not occur if the rider uses a skill. Deals significant damage to the opponent and greatly fills the kinship gauge, stops the opponent's attack. The only proper way of saying Toby's name nowadays is follow with mariachi horns. You see the model kit I put in Gunpla channel? No, I didn't see that. Hold on.
Let's see. No.
All you need is belief. Switch Monsties. Selecting Monstie order. This Monstie thing is kind of killing me here. Selecting Monstie orders will allow you to choose which skills a Monstie uses and switch out Monsties during battle. Monsties can only be switched once per turn. Monstie will act on their own without the need for direct orders from you. Letting a Monstie attack on its own will fill the kinship gauge slightly faster than when giving it orders. All right, so we want to switch out the Monstie. And you can order your Yan Kutku to the front line. Command it to use Fireball. So I'm going to do that and then use Fireball.
Let's go!
Okay, so when they say summon it to the field, you're not replacing your Rathalos.
Okay.
Yes.
So now I want to do double attack, right?
Nice one.
Nice one. You got him. All right. Now, don't forget to carve his skin off of his corpse. Jesus.
Seriously?
Yeah, monsters equals front. Well, I figured that. They still want to kill you, and you still have to fight them, and you still can kill them. Actually, it's just a tameable monster. Jumpin' Poogie Snoots.
Seriously?
It's the head of the pack. The pack of one. No wonder this one leads to those... What? No wonder this one leads to those other crested cuckoos. Are those chickens? Might be a good time to use this skill. Many skills are powerful, but they consume stamina, so think before you use them. It is Zelda. Everything with a stamina bar is Zelda. Velociprey are the Leroy Jenkins of Monster Hunter. One charges in, and the rest do them charging after. Oh, the rest of them charging afterwards. What was that about cucking? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Select monsters. Select skills in battle to consume stamina and use an active skill. Some have an attack type and can trigger a head-to-head under the right conditions. Stamina recovers slightly at the beginning of each turn. Your active skills vary according to your weapon. Available active skills can be further increased by adding a decoration.
Okay.
What? Ananis? Wait. I hear Atomic. I almost read that as Aninis.
Hey.
Charge tackle. Okay, so then you can set that attribute to the attack.
Your Highness!
No, go on the offensive with a charge tackle. That... I'm picking it. Oh. Let's go ahead.
You did it!
Now keep attacking. Keep swinging. The term "monsty" alone makes this a series socially unacceptable to talk about in public. This makes it so much easier to slay monsters, so make sure you plug away at those Wyvern Soul gauges. Wyvern Soul represents a monster's fighting spirit. Reducing it to 0 will give you a big advantage in battle. Okay. Wyvern Soul, is that their stagger mechanic, or is that their health? All right, so I want to do... What do I want to do? Another one of these? Let's try this one. Let's see what happens. Ow. Am I almost dead? Oh my god! Oh! Well, now I just feel bad for him. When enraged, monsters tend to change up their attack patterns. Fair warning, attack tendencies also change depending on the monster's form. Most monsters will undergo transformations during battle. When a transformation occurs, the behavior and attack types of that monster will change. For some monsters, other abilities may also be enhanced. Strong charged slash. Let's go with that.
Let's do this.
Oh, look at that. It became a power attack. Good lord. Part broke. The part was his head.
All right.
Synchro. Oh, I think I'm out. I think I'm out. We got synchro monsters now? I'm not playing this. Why was that suddenly 60 frames per second? Oh, wait. This whole thing is 60. Oh, so I guess it's like 30 frames when you're out on the field and 60 when you're in battle.
So, listen.
Easy there, Capcom. I know it's a Switch 1 demo, but you just can't use Zelda terms here. Yeah, anything pre-rendered is 60. Also, you should expect this by now. The Stories series has that Gravity Fall Adventure Time thing, but it's ironic given the main series. While this one is supposed to be a cartoonier and cutesy looking side series, it gets dark quickly. That's fine. But you mentioned something here that I knew that there was something that I wanted to tell you, and I don't remember if I told you guys yet. I've never watched it. Do you think it's time? How do you think I would feel about Adventure Time? I've never gone through Adventure Time. Synchro Rush can be activated when a lone monster is toppled. If you choose not to use Synchro Rush, the monster will remain toppled.
Yeah, we did it!
Yay!
Good work.
Yes.
That should work.
There we go. There goes my pet peeve. That should work. You didn't say that. Okay. Heart rate 0. You lose. If you run out of health, you lose. Did you know that? Oh, hang on. Hang on. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. sorry, phone call. Monster Hunter says, fun adventure. The world's about to explode. I mean, that's classic, right? I think you'd like it, but it has that Steven Universe thing where a lot of the early stuff is build up and then continuous plot. Continuous plot.
Well.
All right, so let's see. That wasn't bad. That was. It was very jarring. There was a lot happening in that battle. Like, there's a lot on the screen and everything, and I'm kind of confused. Yeah, for Adventure Time. Oh, just like mash the A button.
Okay.
I wonder if there's a setting for you to just pick up stuff that you walk by, because you're kind of just mashing the A button. I thought Ratha couldn't climb lookout points.
No.
Adventure Time looks like ass. I mean, so did Steven Universe to a lot of people, but that show was fantastic. Hold L for okay. All right. Toby Kadachi, I choose you. Move towards a wall. That way. Oh, it's got to be does it have to be a stone wall? Or does it have like a structured wall. Okay. Oh, here we go. No, I don't like auto playback when it's text. I like auto playback when they're talking.
Yes.
The name's Thea, the newest Ranger recruit.
Right.
Precisely. You talk to one of us. We'll happily hand over a map. Oh, these are the towers. Okay. The detailed map of the region I surveyed. A fitting gift for a rookie setting off on her inaugural expedition. So these are the towers, the long necks, the satellites, whatever it was in Spider-Man.
By the way,
Allow me to instruct you how to use lookout points. I think you can enjoy Adventure Time, like Steven Universe, even if not even more obvious. It comes a point where it becomes a completely different thing. It's basically 3 different shows throughout its run. Okay. Because, yeah, I tried to watch it, and I found it kind of obnoxious, but it was much later. But then everybody says that the further you get, it's like Steven Universe in the sense that the further you get in, the more streamlined and the more focused the stories become. Which is not to say that there's no nonsense or anything, but there is a sort of continuous arc of stories, and that's kind of what it's like. I just didn't find the characters particularly interesting, but I also never really watched the show. I never really gave it a full try. Yeah, you have the silly arc at the start where nothing really happens, which is Steven Universe. Right? Episode 1. Oh no, they're not making my favorite ice cream bar. Episode 100. My mother was a war criminal and she locked away her weaponsmith and kept her prisoner long after her death. Jesus Christ. Ooh, look. I'll say Adventure Time also gets shockingly deep and dark real fast. Like, that's the arc. That's the Steven Universe arc. The first episode, he finds out that they're not going to make Cookie Cat ice cream bars anymore, so he goes all wild for it. And then by the 100th episode, he frees Bismuth from her prison inside of Lion, and it turns out that Bismuth was imprisoned because she wanted to kill the diamonds, and her mom said no. Look at the icon. There we go. Bright stone woods on the other side. It gets more crystallized the further we go, which means we should be able to take that road to Blightstone Woods. A lot of characters really get consequences for their actions, even the main characters, which I like. Figuring out no time at all. Now we know which way we should go. Lookout points can be used to discover all sorts of places. Be sure to look for points of interest when you have time. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, I probably should have I should have put a pin in that. What the heck?
All right.
Here, hold on. Let me look around some more. Put a pin in it. Look at all these things I can see. So what do I set yellow pin? And then while I'm here, set green pin. I mean, Breath of the Wild wasn't first, but holy smokes. we just think everything is Breath of the Wild now. Whee! Oh, wasn't there like balloons or what the hell were these things that I saw a second ago? Right there. What's that? Can I do anything with that? Is there... No? I was kind of hoping it would let me, like, glide and I could hit them or something. Breath of the Wild Tears of King Strong Point isn't weird at first. It combined it in an extremely successful way. I wonder if there will ever come a time where we see a fully detailed and highly useful map and think, wow, just like Metroid Dread. Where's the pin? Oh, okay. Just on the map. I do kind of wish you could just run up the walls. Isn't that the whole point of having Toby Keith with me? I'm going to call him Toby Keith from now on. Is this where I'm going? I'm confused. Didn't I put a pin thing? I'm currently in disbelief, pissed off right now. A truck had loose cargo and a big boulder hit my car. No! Wait, really? I'm sorry that happened. Yeah, are you okay? Oh. Dread betrayed the series by daring to be too helpful. Oh. Hey, wait. That's illegal. The Ferdinand trade right for plucking. Maybe we could do some gathering before our inaugural expedition. Hit the tree with a breath or melee attack to make the fruit drop. To drop fruit you can gather.
All right.
Okay. B while riding melee attack. Use breath, hold ZR and aim. Oh, this is for. Okay. Okay, so... So I hit B. Oh, hold ZR while riding? Oh, for breath? Oh, okay. And then just let it go?
Well, Captain!
I'm okay. Nobody got hurt. Same boulder hit the car right in front of me and then hit me and following hitting the car on my back. Oh my god. Will it drop more? So can I just hit different trees? Yeah, I like that they tell you the melee attack, but then it's, oh no, I want to get something out of the tree. Fire breath. Yeah, at least you're okay. Thank God for that. Save? Nope. Wait, what did that just say? You cannot save over an autosave file. Cannot save over an autosave slot. Please select a different slot. Then why put the cursor there? Why start? Okay. Why would you put that there if I can't do it?
Right, we're here. Let's get your inaugural expedition underway.
The car's okay-ish, and hopefully it's just cosmetic since the boulder barely impacted me. I think the boulder was carbon. The boulder was carbon based. Was carbon based on the color?
Hi, Captain. Ready for action.
That's the spirit. Now,
I want to make a joke, but I don't know if it's too early
we're going to explore the
to
forest
joke about it
and
yet.
have you
Jav.
look for monster eggs.
Mash the A. Oh, for idiots like me who mashed the A button to speed the text, then overwrite the first save by accident. Well, then that sounds like a you problem.
Looking for eggs?
Exactly. It may not sound glamorous, but
Nah,
eggs
do
are
it. I was gonna
certain
say.
tasks.
The boulder doesn't care much for your car.
This is how we find the monsties who become our partners after all.
The boulder feels conflicted about hitting your car when there's people inside.
That's not all. There's another reason egg hunts are so important to we rangers.
It also never occurred to me how much the boulder, when I do the boulder voice, it sounds like Juggernaut from the original X-Men cartoon.
And, what reason is that?
It's simple. Counterintuitive though it may seem.
Oh, wait,
egg
they're
hunts
talking.
are
I
a way
complete
for us
auto.
to protect endangered monster species. When we find an endangered species egg, we take it and hatch it. Then, we can return it to the wild, bolstering their population.
That really does set you all apart from your average riders. What a great thing to do.
I would say that
By the way,
that means that you don't
do you
even
know
qualify
anyone
as
who
a
wants to
monster
run a
hunter.
Environmental changes brought on by the encroachment, maybe?
Right on the money. You really do live up to your reputation.
I'm still learning.
That's all the more impressive. But we think there may be another factor at play. In addition to the crystal encroachment, that is. Are you familiar with feral monsters?
Feral monsters.
Final Destination 69,
Oh,
carbon
yeah.
dating.
They're sort of like regular monsters, but super strong and aggressive.
How's the demo?
Right? From what I heard,
so
no
it's
one's ever encountered one of those beasts.
it's
and lived to
decent.
tell the
I've played the
tale.
other Monster Hunter Stories demos before,
That can't be
but never
right.
played a full game. It is
What do you
decent.
mean it
The
can't be
problem is in the demo itself
No one
because
survived?
this demo
How would the
seems
rest
to
of
be a
us even
Switch
know
1
how strong
demo.
they are?
Whoa! I never thought about that. You're sharp, little guy.
Well, you've got the super strong part right at least. Their might defies the very laws of nature. Now imagine what that power does to
I'm liking the audio. I'm liking the talking,
I'll tell you more
the
about
like
feral
the
monsters
flow of
tomorrow.
conversation here. I actually really like this.
All ears.
I've said before that's
We
one of my
should
biggest pet
probably get
peeves
going.
with this kind of stuff.
You can give her the lesson on the
Aye.
A couple days ago, some friends were stoned enough
By the way,
and asked if you could turn into anyone or anything. What would you be? I would look for that kid, get his phone contact, find a school. Wait, turn into Harambe and send a selfie saying I lived. The pouch combined menu has been unlocked. I don't know if I'm supposed to use it.
Yes.
Hey, it's that bird I saw earlier.
They snuck up on us.
The bird distracted me.
Are you okay?
Dodge.
Don't push yourself.
What do you mean? Isn't this a Switch 2, PS5, Xbox, PC? Yeah, AGM says it. The problem is, I guess they only wanted to make one demo, so this demo for the Switch 2 is just the Switch 1 demo. The slashing weapon is specially made to deal damage. Fills by winning head-to-head or using certain skills. Increases the power of skills in proportion to the level of the gauge. So what are they? They're probably they're probably speed. So let's go power. Oh, it says technical. Damn it. Hey, John Nader. We're playing the Monster Hunter Stories 3 demo.
You did it.
I'm back with chicken, ribs, chips, and cough sweets? Okay, here we go. So that was a technical attack, so we want to do... Oh, no, power attack. Okay. you lost the head-to-head against that bug? My only problem is I have new game syndrome where it feels like a lot is happening on the screen. Like there's a lot of like there's not a lot of stuff, but I feel very lost in what I'm doing. So you just kind of do the basic thing over and over. Damn. Damn, you just saying that though, Ronan. No problem for you saying it, but you saying it just made me hungry. Oh. Google Elijah saw it's not getting a Switch 1 port, which is wild because several sources said this was a Switch 1 demo. So the more correct answer is that Capcom just chose to release a bad early beta demo. Yeah, don't trust those the AI answers. Ooh, what's up here? What? I was about to go there. How'd you get all the way back down?
What?
It's a Poogie. Huh? Or a Poogie. Is it a Poogie or a Poogie?
Let's see.
Hey.
Think we could do something about it? We're in the middle of her inaugural expedition. Surely we could rescue it. Yeah, I was already going up there. Oh, there is a jump. Oh, there is a jump button. Did it not unlock the jump button until the game told me it was time to use it? Oh God. Stop. Interesting. Apparently, a few actually places all base that idea on the Google summary. They did. They also said, yeah, it's a bad Switch 1 demo. Now I'm annoyed. Whee! What if it turns out that the Poogies are causing the crystal encroachment? So what's the word then? Is it actually a Switch 2 demo, but it runs like crap? I mean, I mean, you can see it's not running bad.
Wow. I'd heard the stories, but this is something else. It really does look like a giant egg.
Well, they do call it egg quartz for a reason.
The demo has pop-in frame issues and feels like a Switch 1 demo when it's just an early build then.
You hardly see any these days. But they were once pretty common.
Is it all right to touch?
Oh, that's the fleshlight monster, right?
It's not like you're going to hurt it.
Oh, look.
The first egg quartz.
Is that the
was
Avatar?
discovered around 200 years ago.
I told you he didn't abandon us.
There were no other discoveries until 10 years ago, when people started finding egg quartz everywhere.
I wonder what changed.
Most likely this
No
build
one knows.
this demo.
There's
They
no
built this
rhyme
demo
or
back when they were
reason
making Switch 1
to where
version.
egg quartz
Then
appears,
this new
or what
system showed up, and the
monsters are
actual
in
release will have
cases.
Switch 2 optimization.
With that said, I think getting to the bottom of the encroachment is our duty as rangers.
Although though again,
Unraveling the world's greatest mysteries? Man, the Rangers
overall
are
though,
so
again, it does seem this demo is not reflective of the Switch 2 version because people did okay this game the other day. Oh, did okay this game? Okay, did play this game the other day at a Nintendo event. That version was running nothing like this one.
I'll take that to heart.
Said it didn't have any noticeable stuff, but that then said that he played on PS5.
That's not bad.
So I'll probably try that one on my own. Favorite Monstie? Mine is Nier Gigante or Glavenus.
Yes.
My favorite monster is Man. But I do also like the Tobi Nadachi, and there's another monster that I like. I like this one. The Nargacuga. I like that one. I think that one's really cool looking. I mean, the Nargacuga, I think it's called. It just looks like a giant panther. Monster? What is the... What's the... It's like... It was the real big dragon with like the red spikes on it. I think you fight it in Sunbreak. Mitsune. Mitsune might be the one that I was thinking of. Legiana and Paul. What? Oh, Paul is your pal. Okay. ZL Roar is a riding action used to intimidate monsters. It can send nearby monsters running with fear. Wait, why do I suck? It's not my fault that man is dangerous. A well-placed roar should clear the path. Okay. Wait, Nicaragua? Wait, no. White fluffy mouse bat that inflates its neck. No, that's not the one that I'm thinking of. What's the one that shoots the jet of water at you? It looks like almost like a wolf type thing, fox type thing, and it shoots the jet of water at you. Mitsune. Yeah, I think that's the one that I like. The bubble dragon. Is that what it is? Okay.
Let's give it our all.
I thought maybe I would just go past them.
I'll take it. All right.
Ha
All right.
ha! I was saying mine. Paul is the mouse bat. Palamu is this guy. Oh, this guy. Palu. I see that. Palumu. Yeah.
You've got this. This will do it.
Describe a Pokemon in the most boring way. Bird. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, that's the name I was having trouble with.
Got the upper hand.
They were speed, so we'll go power. Do I have any AoE stuff? I guess you don't have that yet, right?
Classic.
Damn! A Velociprey has been slain. I mean, it has prey in its name. I feel like it was doomed from the start.
Now's our chance. You did it.
Yeah, AJM, what is the big giant dragon that would sometimes turn red?
To the next.
It had like red spikes on it or something. It wasn't Velstrax, right? Or Valstrax? What am I thinking of? Is it Valstrax? Is that, did I get that right? Okay, that guy came out of nowhere.
Snuck up on us.
Ow. Let's go speed.
Yeah, I got it. Yes. You did it.
Buzz Lizard? Wait. Valstrax is the rocket dragon with red boosters, with jet boosters for wings. That might be the one I'm thinking of. Hold on. Now I gotta search. Yeah, I like this one. Is that the one where the wings are like metal? Poogie Parade! I'm drowning in Poog. Yeah, okay. I got a picture of him up. Yeah, I like that guy. Kinda, yeah. I don't know. I felt like every time my sharpness dropped out of white, and I was doing my my helicopter jumps, my helicopter spins, all I heard was metal hitting, which usually means that your sharpness is low, I think. This one.
Yeah, I'll take it. All right. You did it!
Monster flailing in agony. We did it! Yay! Oh, Kushala Daora. Okay, that's the metal wing dragon that I'm thinking of. But it's the other one is the one that I like. The what do I call it? Valstrax. Valstrax is the one that I like. Capcom sale on Switch games. I get paid in a couple days. Just wait. Yeah, did you see AGM Monster Hunter Stories 1 and 2 is on sale for $20? Like, together. Run! Can you not clear that? Okay, hold on. I guess you have to... Oh, wait, who climbed that?
We can handle it together. Let's go. All right.
I'm annoyed. Sorry, this is a testament to how badly AI is screwing. No, that's fine. Yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
Do you need to play previous story games in order to understand this one? I don't think so. I think these games stand on their own. When I look at the demo issues on Google, most of the results articles were Switch 1 demo. Oh, yeah. Reddit threads with people talking about how the event demo was better than the Switch 1 demo, and that frustrates the heck out of me. My PC keeps disconnecting. Why the hell did this company think above ground lines were a good idea?
Get him!
Pookie's on parade.
Yeah.
Indoor think so? The stories games are mostly independent with little cameos and tie-ins. Save. Stories 1 is on sale on the Switch for $9. Yeah, 2 is on sale, I think, for $15. But if you buy the 1 and 2 collection, it's $20, I think. Fast fiber internet. I almost said fibre. Fast fiber internet, but disconnects when a bird or a squirrel decides it's going to move on the lines. Fiber. No. Okay. So this way. I must have checked the Xbox version for performance, but only if there's a sale too. Otherwise, I'll go Switch 1. I own 2 physically, so I may pick up 1 on Switch even though I beat it on 3DS. Yes, but this time when you move the controller, the screen doesn't move.
Huh? Look.
Yeah.
Shoes.
Monster eggs.
Oh, okay, that too. Ooh, we're having big omelets tonight.
That's a rare pattern. Are they bird wyvern eggs? It could be an ultra-rare endangered species.
I wouldn't get my hopes up. Look, the calling card.
I recognize that feather.
Here it comes.
All right. So, here you go. Here's the guy.
Watch out for aerial attacks! Rudy! This is nothing. We're not backing down. Bring it on!
He breaks his arm. He's like, oh God, it's something.
It's hostile. We have to calm it down.
Grappa.
Did you say kill it down? Agreed.
Careful. Yes.
Okay, so it's probably power, so we'll go with this. This one. Head to head. Oh, I lost. It's a Paul. Ing. Damn. Thank you. Yes. Thunder poop. Oh, a heart is lost when you or your monster's HP reaches 0. If you lose all your hearts, the battle will end in defeat. All hearts are restored. Okay. Oh, did I lose a heart there? Oh, no. It's floaty like a balloon. It may change up its behavior in this state, much like an enraged monster. Be careful. All right, so let's go. Let's do power. And then, actually, what about skills? No, I'm not going to tackle if it's not on the ground. What if I do this? Sure. Try this out. Let's see what happens. Yeah, like I still feel like I'm just kind of clicking things and I'm not entirely sure if what I'm doing is correct.
You can do it.
Let's do this.
You better do something before it finishes what it started. Won't be easy to destroy with a greatsword. If it's a balloon we're talking about, why not pierce it and let the air out? I mean, you've got a piercing weapon. You got a bow and arrow. Go ahead. From skills, select your iron bow and attack. Rider weapons deal slashing, blunt, or piercing damage, and each of these types is effective against different monster parts. When you have multiple weapons equipped, you can use this switch weapons. I wonder if it's called PlayStation weapons on the other system. From the skills menu to okay. So I want to do that. I want to do switch. Okay, wait. There. That's what I was trying to do. Let's do a technical attack. Oh no. Oh, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I do. I just have to use a bow. Switch trademark weapon.
All right.
All right. So now I have the bow equipped. So we're gonna do power. Right? Do we want to do a skill? Oh, piercing shot. Here we go. Look, his arrows are much bigger than mine.
You did it! Your Highness!
Now's the perfect time for a synchro rush.
Together now!
Yes. Now use your pendulum monsters. Monsties. I'm sorry. I don't want to sound stupid.
We've got this!
Oh my god. Take the whole what you buy this on Switch and not something else. Not something else better or cheaper. I own a Switch 2 and it's my main system. Chances are I want it on the system I use the most. Yeah. It's that horrible realization. I now kind of want to go back and beat Monster Hunter Stories 2, but it's been so long I'd realistically have to start over. I mean, it happens every time.
So, listen.
Your kinship gauge is full. Mount your Monstie and press the attack. Can I? Oh, ZL. ZL. Ride.
Your Highness!
Come on, ride the Monstie and ride it. Riding strengthens the bond between Her Highness and Monstie. Together, they reach new heights of power. You can ride your Monstie once your kinship gauge is filled. Riding will end if your HP reaches 0 if you lose 2 head-to-heads. However, kinship skills become available during riding. These skills can be used to cancel enemy actions. However, using a kinship skill will cause riding to end. Okay, so if I use a kinship skill right now. Okay. So it won't let me do anything else either. Sure. Yeah. 4-player monster attack.
Ready, Captain? Yeah.
Yeah, Kinstone. Oh, damn. That happened to me with Chrono Trigger. I had to replay the game like 3 or 4 times because I took too long a break. I came back with 0 help from the game and went, I don't remember this place. I've Monster Hunter 1 and 2 on my Switch, but not got to playing them yet. How good are they?
Good work.
I liked it. I played both demos and I liked them, but I never bought them. I mean, the first one was because it was on 3DS or 3DS. I want to play Chrono Trigger, but I don't want to get a bad ending. There isn't really, Latimer, there isn't really a bad ending because the ending is always that you save the day or you save time.
It's gone feral.
There's just more things you can do. Oh, the guy with the chin. The collection was on sale for 75%. Yeah, like it's on sale right now too.
Careful. Let's see. Hey. Yes.
Try hitting the crystals.
Nice job.
Damn. What? It seemed to hate being attacked there. We need to destroy the crystallized part. It's too dangerous to attack it now. We must look for the right opportunity to break that part. Attacking a crystallized part of a feral monster may result in a backlash counterattack. Different monsters unleash a backlash while in different states, so be wary of whether they counter before or after transformation. No? What happened, Lilac? Uh-oh. Let's go. I'm going speed. Oh, why did you attack the back again? You doofus? Oh my god, stuff is just happening. I never heard of a chupacabra using lightning. Chadacabra. I haven't finished Dragon Quest 2 yet, and my Switch just went Dragon Quest 7 virtual game card has been added? Interesting. Feral attacks. Feral monsters are capable of using powerful feral attacks, but these can be weakened by destroying the monster's crystallized part, which I can't attack because then it counterattacks me, but I can't not target anything else because my goofy partner keeps attacking the crystallized parts. Could be a consequence of wielding a power that isn't inherent to its species. Whatever the reason, there's a chance. I guess we could whittle off a more wyvern soul gauge than usual. Okay. So we want to do a piercing shot. Oh, no, wait. Do we want to switch weapons? Ooh, definitely not. Here, let's go back to... Or do I just want to do like a regular attack? How about... Hold on. What? Okay, no, wait. Hold on. So, I'm going to do this. We want to switch weapons. And then... I said this didn't work, right? Okay. I want to just switch weapons and not have the bow on? Do I have to use another? Do I have to use an ability with a different weapon to switch weapons? How do I just want to switch weapons so that my base attack works with the sword. Yeah, that's a lot of RPG. Yeah, because this isn't going to do anything. Here, we'll do that. Oh, I could probably change my monster too. Oh, am I dead? I am not trying to attack the crystallized part. Why do you keep telling me that? Yeah, it just feels like I think I'm set for the next year. I got Dragon Quest 2 to finish, Dragon Quest 7, Trails in the Sky, Ni no Kuni, Monster Hunter Stories 1 and 2, and possibly 3, Divinity 2, Octopath 2, Octopath 0, 13 Sentinels, Super Robot Wars, why not? Suikoden, and The World Ends With You all lined up. You forgot Ease 10 is coming out soon. You might have to add Monster Hunter Stories 3. And yeah, that's it. You're home, Connie. You know what? In the Monster Hunter? No, Monster Hunter Stories 3. Those forelimbs look capable of inflicting devastating injuries. I suggest you break them at once. Oh, and Adventures of Elliot. Oh, I remember why we were calling it Elliot from Philadelphia. Because the land in that game is it? What is it? It's like Philabedia. Is the land of the name? Is it the name? Land of the name is the name of the land in Adventures of Elliot. So that's why we were calling it Elliot from Philadelphia.
Oh.
It's concentrating attention on those forelimbs. Is there less powder floating around? Oh, so now you attack the crystallized part. Nier on Switch is $15.99, which seems like a great deal if I like those kinds of games. I mean, it's a good game. So either we destroy the ore to weaken its forelimbs or break the crystallized part to reduce its feral strength.
Leave it to me.
All right, crystallized part it is. So let's do Thunder Drop. Break bonus, stun. Oh wait, it's weak against piercing, so I don't want to do. Oh, I guess I do want to do that. But will Elliot play Elliot for SGB? Since they were on sale, I got Monster Hunter Stories 1 and Assassin's Creed 2 collection for my Switch. What are we doing? Oh, they're waiting for me. Piercing shot. Yes.
I'll take it.
Defense down. It doesn't counterattack when its forelimbs are reinforced with ore. I suggest you focus on breaking the crystallized part where the time is right. And then, all right, so do we have another? Can I do another one? Venom Strike.
Counting on you.
And no skills. What's this weapon? Melodies to deal the weapons elemental damage to one enemy based on the number of melodies consumed. What? Oh, that's support.
This will do it.
There we go. All right.
You did it.
I've still not played Assassin's Creed outside of 1 and Origins. 1 bored me with its loop so much, I didn't touch the rest for years. My next gaming purchase is going to be PS5 related. The premium PS Plus thing for all the games it comes with. Digimon DLC, Final Fantasy 16 DLC, and Oblivion Remastered. Get him. Yes. He looks like the Feral Chupacabra can't move. So let's do this. Multi-break topple. What if I do that? And I think if you just fight, that raises your synchro. All right, so what's the blue? Oh, good job. The fat Chupacabra is faltering. Feral. And we'll just go fight again. Easy, buddy. Don't overdo it. All we know is that you fist the Pope. Okay, hey, yo. Easy. Hey, Lilac, easy with that kind of talk around here. We're not really religious. Skill power. Power coding. Oh, wait. Haha. Make even the most non-religious holy. All right, so that the blue meter was like the stun gauge. All right, so let's just go for a standard attack. Can we still hit the broken part? Poogie's on parade. All right, does it have more of those crystal things? Are we okay?
All right, keep it up.
Oh, don't die. Oh, he's gonna die. Damn, I wanted to. Oh, wait, he's alive.
Watch out. You ready?
Yeah. I think this will actually kill him. Yeah, see, when they go to these cutscenes right here, everything runs at 60 frames. And then when you're anywhere else in the game, it's 30, and it doesn't feel like a stable 30. It's not terrible, but I can tell something's off. I got S rank for that. Check that out. Hey, am I allowed to be proud that I got an S rank, or is the high rank like triple S? Whoa, he got quadruple platinum S. You just got a regular S. One S means satisfactory.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks to all of you. You pulled your weight too.
Yeah, that's DMC. That's why I said it.
But
We were talking about it, and I was like, I got S on a couple of them. The highest is triple S. Oh, okay. Oh, S is for slop.
Now I understand how one of them could destroy an entire ecosystem.
Yeah. There isn't a rider alive who could control one. The best thing we can do for these ecosystems
Hang on.
is to take them out.
It looked like a regular Chotacabra to me, but it was
Oh.
so strong. Where'd all that power come from?
That's what we Rangers are here to find out.
I saw an icon on my phone that I wasn't familiar with. It's the Nintendo shop, letting me know that one of the games that I have wish listed is on sale. I never got that
Welcome
before.
aboard.
Roger.
It's about time we head back. Here, this Paolumu egg belongs
Yeah,
to
this
you.
is like a good time to wind down the demo.
You mean it?
To commemorate your first day. Brace it well.
Just end it here. Like, don't even make me go back to town.
So much.
Come on, let's hatch these eggs.
Yeah, thank you for playing the demo. This is the perfect time for that. I don't need any more than that. I got a boss. I got to run around the map. I got to interact with the map. I got a boss fight. Here we go. We get a cutscene. We're good. Yeah, better than the PS app sending a push notification every 30 minutes screaming, game on sale.
This
Oh,
part
yeah,
is
now
easy.
it's time for the stealth
We
section,
Rangers
and we're
don't
turning
have
it
too
off.
much here. So just follow my lead, all right?
Now, here's a good way to end this. The eggs hatch, but we don't see the creatures inside, but they look surprised, and then that's it.
Gotta give her all the bells and whistles.
Right? Like, you hear the cracking, you hear the thing, and they go, and then it stops, and that's the end of the demo. And now you're like, oh, well, I gotta see what happened in the game.
Now pray for the monster to awaken.
Is that Sid? Yes.
Join Ryder and
The short answer is yeah. Oh, who is that? Oh, wait a minute. I got a character I want to know more about. She was on the back left, and she looked awesome.
Untamed spirit to mine.
That's it.
Digimon Time Strangers is peak demo ending point. Beat the boss, drop the egg, meet the father of the girl you'll be helping, get shown your new dungeon, and end. Don't. Ah, damn it. Looks like they came with a sponsorship. All right, there were 2 eggs, right? What's the other egg? Oh, they're both the same? Well, that's lazy. You're telling me that one monster didn't lay 2 different types of monster eggs? What is even the point? Egg hatches and it's a link to the eShop. Yeah, let's talk to her a little bit more.
There's a rite of channeling.
She looks like a Marvel Rivals. She built like a Rivals character.
Enjoy the moment.
Agreed. Let's save the right
Oh
of
my
channeling.
God, she really is built like a Marvel Rivals character. $1,000. End. Thank you for playing the demo. That's a great time to end it. Don't do the demo thing where you go just a little bit too long.
Seriously?
Cora. Her name is Cora.
Plenty, that's what. Take a look for yourself.
Yes, I would like to
These are
know
all
more.
requests. But why so many?
Given the political climate, many riders have been dispatched to the Vermilion border to provide surveillance and security. His Majesty has delegated those duties
That's a
to
turn
us
off.
as Rangers.
Has he now?
Can't knock the vote of confidence.
Thank you, Sid.
King clearly believes
Yeah, I
we
mean,
can handle
Ogden.
Anything they can throw at us.
Harvesting fields.
The
repairing
gall.
village roofs. What? Does he think we're a bunch of handymen?
That is your king you're talking about!
Mind if I take a look?
Oh, so this is the
Some
errand.
suspicion about these
Yeah,
requests.
the requesting is like the errand section. Oh, look, Wonder's playing it.
All right then. Lay it on us.
So, the majority of these requests come from people living near the border.
If they ended it right there, you'd be hopping on Rivals. Nah, after this, we'll probably be done.
But I bet it's related to our Titan border security. And a distinct lack of unoccupied hands.
Then it sounds like we should take a look for ourselves. Scanning over them, some of these requests even involve chasing down rare monsters.
Now that sort of job sounds much more up our alley.
What do you say? No pressure, of course. These requests aren't exactly kingdom shaking.
I
so there's
have
no
a
way to
request
find out
for a
when we can ship.
bronze hero.
No.
Could you
I
help
say we
me?
go check it out.
There's a dragon up there named
You're right.
Valstrax. I think
Oh,
you'll
yes.
be able to handle him. You're level 2? You got this.
By the way,
Train professional told, hey, we need you to fix someone's pipes, rake their fields. Yeah, I don't think I'm qualified for that. I want to see if it's different from the demo they showed at the conventions. Apparently it was. People are saying they didn't have a problem with the demo, but this one is different for some reason. And the demo keeps going. I mean, do I want to keep playing this or... I feel like I got everything I want to get. What in the world? Yo, that thing is awesome. They make a model kit for that? Why? Yeah. Why does Paul look like a baby if the Wraths were just small adults? I guess they're not around to look at anymore. Yeah, the Rathalos were like, they like proportion-wise, they were just small adult Rathaloses. But the little Palamu guys were like babies. Recolored Lagania. Legend of Lagania? Hey, you're really sick of this game, huh? No, I'm not sick of it. Like, I know you're making a joke, but I just that's like a good spot for the demo to end. And we've had this problem. We keep having this problem with demos where they're either not enough or they're too much. That should have ended. The egg should have hatched, and it should have been the end of the demo. It won't let me go there. Okay. Those demos were on PS5, or at least the one I played at NYCCC. We went from wanting more demos to hating how long demos are. No, it's not so much the long demo, because when we played the Dragon Quest demo is like 10 hours long, and that was a great demo. I'm more thinking of like the Time Strangers demo, the Digimon Time Strangers demo, where it has this really cool moment, there's this really great thing, and then it ends, but it doesn't end. It keeps going, and then it keeps going to this weird point where you're talking to a character, and then that's the end of the demo. And it was kind of jarring to the point where I thought more about that. Excuse me. I thought more about that than I thought about, like, what did I think about the demo? Because when we said, like, all right, what did I think about the demo? The first thing that came to my mind was, why did it end there? Why didn't you fight the thing and then it's over? Maybe you get a little more story and then it's done. Yeah, I think there's a difference between, because it's not really overstaying its welcome. It's just, why did you need to tell? It's like a movie. You ever see a movie that has a good ending and then they throw in some extra stuff at the end, and you think, what was all of the purpose of the extra stuff? You could have just ended it with this happening. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna just end it there, actually, to be honest with you. Yeah, or you get like Return of the King, where it just constantly ends. it's like 6 endings. So what do I think of this demo? What do I think of the game so far? I would like to see the version that performs better, because whether or not this is a Switch 1 demo or anything, I would like to see a version of this that works a little bit better. Mostly just the frame rate. I mean, obviously it didn't crash on us or anything, and it wasn't glitchy at all, but I would like to see it running fully at 60 frames per second. That's just personal preference. That's just how I am. You guys know me. I like 60 frames per second. Probably on PlayStation. Marcos, it'll probably be here, because Digimon Time Strangers, speaking of Time Strangers again, Time Strangers is going to be 60 frames on the Switch 2, but I think it's 30 on PS4. Google says the demo's this demo's about 3 to 4 hours long. All right, that's good then. That's good. So there's enough time for more stuff to happen. It doesn't just feel like it just stops. All right. So yeah, so I won't play this whole thing. I'll probably do this on my own time. PS5. Time Strangers is not on PS4. It's the new one, Marcos, the one that's coming out. It's $30 on PS5, but Bandai confirmed to PS5 and Xbox will get performance patches when the Switch version releases. Okay, so they will all be 60 frames day one. Yeah, I thought all versions of Time Strangers were getting the new performance stuff. I think the Switch version is just going to have it already, and then you'll have to download it for the other ones. Oh, I said PS4. My fault. I'm sorry. I believe the Switch 2 version is supposed to be 30 locked with pre-rendered stuff at 60. Okay, this game. But random guy on YouTube keeps telling me that NS2 can never do 60 frames in any context. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is more... I'm more interested in what's going to happen than I was when I played the Monster Hunter Stories 2 demo, which isn't anything bad about that game, but I do find this game a bit more engaging and a bit more interesting. Graphically, I think it looks great. I think it's nice and colorful. I do have a problem with everything kind of, you know what it looks like, what it reminds me of when I say that it looks washed out? Here. What this reminds me of when I say that it looks a little bit washed out, not crazy, but a little bit washed out. Remember how like Skyward Sword had that sort of haze over everything? That's what I feel like I'm looking at here. I feel like everything kind of looks a little bit hazy, which is fine for stuff that's off in the distance. But this cart right here, it almost like the whole room is a bit smoky. Does that make sense? That's kind of what I feel like. And I don't know if how intrusive that's going to be to my experience. I just know that I don't dig it. Yeah, I don't see it on my screen. I don't know. I feel like it's there, right? And it might just be my brain. Maybe if my brain fog is doing it, but it feels like I'm not looking at very crisp, dark areas. I don't know. Again, I don't think this will make me say I'm never going to play this game or anything, but it just feels like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's just not on my screen. I don't know. I may have to revisit my monitor settings. See, okay, here's the problem. Here's the thing. I'm looking at my OBS playback, and what I'm seeing on my screen is pretty much what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing on my OBS screen is what I'm seeing on my game screen. And I know that it's not OBS because I'm looking at my camera image, which is horrifying to look at me talk. And my camera doesn't have that haze to it. Yeah, we have established that Uncle has special eyes. You playing this got me to pre-order it. I'll play the demo later myself. Getting off work in time to make myself depressed with an Iron-Blooded Orphans episode. It might be my display settings. It could be, you know what it could be? You know what it could be, Ronan? It could be my capture card settings. That's what it could be. It could be my capture card settings. So I have to change that. Because when you were saying the other day, like, you think it's my monitor, the problem is that I'm looking at my OBS on a different monitor, and that looked exactly the same. But if it's my capture card settings that I need to adjust, then it would come through different for all of us. Oh, take the Switch out of the dock to see if... Oh, yeah, hold on. Hang on. That's a good idea. You know what just occurred to me? Hold on. I don't need that. You know what just occurred to me? I know that I've played the Switch in handheld mode. I know when I got it, I played it that way, and I played somebody else's Switch. I was at an event, and we were playing Switch, and so they had their Switches there, and I'm playing it in handheld. I think like last July was the last time I played this in handheld mode. It might be the last time I touched a Joy-Con, to be honest with you. No, wait. I touched a Joy-Con to play Metroid Prime 4 because I wanted to see what the mouse mode was like. Is it there? It looks better. I don't notice it as much, which might just be the size of the screen. All right, hold on. I'm looking at something very specific. Okay, so now let me put it back. You know what it might be? It might just be how the game works. Hold on. Did I get the Drift expansion package? Yeah, it's called Initial D. Hold on. Let me see something here. Okay, all right. No, it's just an expectation thing because I was looking at the dark area in the speech bubble there, and that looks fine. But then everything else, so it's just the way the game is made. All right, that's all it is. It sounds like you set up at this point, because for you it was immediately obvious on the TV. Again, you've been having this complaint for a few streams. Yeah, well, the other one was Pragmata. Pragmata kind of looked like that too. I think if there's anything with it, it'll be the settings. But I think it's I think that some of it is just expectation because that looks fine. I will say though that the dark area in the speech bubble looked a little bit darker on handheld. So I will go in and check the settings. If it was the capture card or OBS, we would have seen this. Ronan, I'm also very nitpicky. That's the thing, is that what I'm seeing might be bothering me, and you guys might not see it because it doesn't bother you. You know, like it's probably not something that you're looking at and going, oh, I see it. It's probably just the way the game is, and I'm just like, oh, I kind of wish it was a little bit darker. And the direct, yeah, it looked really bad. It looked really bad for you kept saying. No, so the direct was, because remember, Dragoon, when we watched the Japanese direct video, it was fine. That was perfectly fine. I think it was because we were streaming that was like a stream of the event. Whereas when I watched the Japanese one, it was just the fully uploaded video. Because when I went back and watched the Japanese one, we did it live. And when I watched, I was like, oh, this is perfect. I don't understand why the other one looked the way it did. Yeah, you kept saying it was fine for you. No, when we were watching the North American stream, because that was like the stream of it. How long have I been playing this demo? An hour, maybe an hour or so, like an hour and a half. When you saw it live, it was perfect on our end, not yours. But then when I watched the Japanese video, that was fine on my end. I was watching it thinking, oh, that's fine. So I'm about halfway through. No, Lilac, it's me. You're not new here. It's me. If I've been playing a 3 to 4 hour demo for an hour, I have probably cleared 6% of what you're gonna experience in this thing. Now, I will finish this later though, and I'm gonna check my settings just to make sure. It's probably just a me thing. I'm very nitpicky. Listen, I know who I am. I know how I am, and I know that I am a nitpick person. I am somebody that I'll find that thread and I'll pull it. I know. I'm not ashamed of it. I mean, I'm ashamed of it, but I'm not gonna skulk away from it. Yeah, I know. Okay, give me 1 second here. I know who I am. Oh, it's in here. As an email where I will still check my settings. I'll use this game to check my settings, and then when I turn off the capture card, that's what I'm gonna do. Is I'm gonna plug the Switch directly in, and I'm gonna see if I can if that's what it is. I think it's my capture card. I actually think it's my capture card that has its own settings that it applies, and I always kind of get them wrong. But that is gonna do it for today. So thank you everybody for stopping in and for hanging out. I very, very much appreciate it. I had something that I wanted to say. That's okay. Yeah, tomorrow we find out Uncle's monster exploded or exposed. Overexposed is probably it. So I won't have anything this weekend. We're not going to be streaming it all this weekend. So we'll be back on Monday. How much of the stream did I miss? I'm just over 5 hours. I'm like 5 hours and 10 minutes, so probably not a lot. So the weekend we'll have off, so we will be back on Monday. I don't know what we're gonna play. It's between Kingdom Hearts, which would be Kingdom Hearts 1, or Mario Galaxy 1. Should I play 1 or should I play 2? I've played 1 before. I've never played 2, but it's been forever since I played 1. So I should play Mario Galaxy 1, right? Oh, you know what that means? Unless I buy the Mario Galaxy individually, I may finally have to crack open my All-Stars collection. Galaxy 1 will be shorter. Yeah. It's 64. No. Oh, wait, 64. And if I open my All-Stars collection, that's 64 and Mario Sunshine. But I don't need my All-Star collection for those, right? Aren't they on NSO? The newer remaster of so the Mario Galaxy you buy in the store is better than that one? Wait, what am I playing? What do you mean? Like right now or Monday? All-Stars is a better and smoother looking version of 64. Of 64. But I don't want to pay. I mean, this is $70. Oh, what am I talking about right now? Galaxy. So Monday, Marcos, Monday, I don't know what I'm gonna play. It's either gonna be Mario Galaxy or Kingdom Hearts. And the Kingdom Hearts I have is the story so far on PS4. So my PS5 will boost it. I guess I'm not a real fan then. I'm actually kind of not. No, I've played Galaxy 1 before. I've never played Galaxy 2. Galaxy on Switch outside of the collection got a Switch 2 upgrade. Oh. Kingdom Hearts 1 isn't as long as you might think also. I don't know how long or not long it is. I know I don't want to go to Atlantica or whatever it was called. That's the only thing I don't want to do. Yeah, I've played Kingdom Hearts 1. I played it back in the day. That's the thing. The only version I've ever played of Kingdom Hearts 1 is the PS2 version on a PS2. I've never played any other version of the game. The rumor is that Kingdom Hearts 1 is getting a remake, another one. But this is $70. And to be honest, at $70, like, I'm looking at it now. At $70, I'd rather just go and buy the game. If I'm gonna have to pay $70 for this, I'd rather just go to the store and buy it, which I can do, right? Modern controls. Deep Jungle gets replaced with Jungle Book and audio controls. Galaxy 1 and 2 bundle or individual have a Switch 2 boost upgrade update. The All-Stars collection didn't get a Switch 2 upgrade. Okay. Yeah, it's not a limited release. Sorry, they got me with the Mario Galaxy. I mean, I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it over the weekend. I know I got my income tax coming, so I got to decide what I want to buy. But do I want to buy Mario Galaxy? You'll hate Atlantica in Kingdom Hearts 2 also. All right, so yeah, that'll probably be both meant to wait. Actually, the Kingdom Hearts 1 rumor is with the Kingdom Hearts 4 rumor. Both meant to be in an event this year. Interesting. The separate releases have 4K texture upgrades. At the very least, play Galaxy 2. Galaxy 2 I haven't played. Galaxy 2 I've never played. I tried it once. I got through one level, and that was it. Like, I didn't hate it or anything. It just, I didn't have time. And I was just like, oh, I've never played Galaxy 2. Let's see how I feel about it. I played it like 2 levels, and then I said, okay, all right, I'll get back to that eventually. That was 20 years ago. So I was not 20 years. It was some crazy amount of time ago. I've never played Galaxy 2. Bear in mind, I've also never played 64, and I've never played Sunshine. So I wasn't the biggest Mario person. I'm not a big platformer person anyway, but I also wasn't like, I like Mario as a mascot. I like the side-scrolling games, but I didn't really engage in a lot of Mario games otherwise. It's not like, oh my God, Mario game, I'm all over it. So I never played 64 just because of bias at the time. And I never played Sunshine for, not really bias, just a lack of interest. Trust me, I was as surprised as anyone else might be when Odyssey came out that I actually went and played Odyssey and bought it. Like, I bought Odyssey day one, but I never really cared about the Mario games before. And to be fair, I beat Odyssey. I got 999 moons, and then I never touched the game again. The reason Tarzan got dropped after Kingdom Hearts 1 is that Disney lost the rights from the Edgar Rice Burroughs estate. So everything after just pretended it didn't exist. Oh, even Chain of Memories and Recoded, which retread the first game world by world. I've never beaten 64 or Sunshine. Yeah, I like 2D Mario and the spin-offs, which I never finished the second Mario and Rabbids game, but I did really like the first one, and I liked the second one for what I played. I just never got around to finishing it. And the Paper Mario, Mario and Luigi, like all of those are great, but the 3D Mario stuff just never really super interested me. Oh God, Sunshine would be funny to watch. Maybe I'll make Sunshine a donation game where it's like, oh, if we reach a certain point of subs or something, I'll play. I said I would do that with Elden Ring also. I would do Elden Ring for like a charity fundraiser. Part of why you didn't touch it again is that you force yourself to get 999 moons. I think you're a casual revisit to Odyssey. That might not be, you might be right about that. I might have burned out on Odyssey. Sunshine might reach Sonic Adventure 2 rage levels. Uh-oh. I think Sunshine will make you very upset. Really? You think Sunshine will make me upset? I could see myself getting annoyed. I don't know if I would get upset. I watched John play it, and I think I would just be like, oh, this is so frustrating. Because I wouldn't do all of the blue coins or whatever it is, all of the crazy collectible stuff. I wouldn't even bother. It's very frustrating to me. I revisited Odyssey last year casually. I was like, wow, this is so refreshing. Sunshine I would leave as the last game once you've played the rest. As a joke message, Johnny saying, hey, I'm doing a run of Sunshine as a reward to my stream. Want to collect the blue coins for me? He might have a seizure. He might stroke out if I ask him that. Sunshine will make you cry. It's all about water. Still think as a game, Sunshine is great. It's just if you like, that's what everybody says. Everybody says that Sunshine is a good game. It's just don't try to collect everything, which I wouldn't do anyway. Which again, yeah, you're right. That might be what my problem was with Odyssey, was that I collected 999 moons. Controlling Mario Flood is cool, but even casually, it's kind of frustrating to me. There are a few games. Yeah, there's a bunch of games like that where this is a great game to play. Just don't try to do everything. Donkey Kong is the big one. I think Donkey Kong 64 that's probably the first time I ever really consistently heard people say that. Where it's a fun game, don't try to collect everything. It's a waste of time. Big problem I have with Sunshine is the structure. The lack of flexibility you have in collecting shines to reach the last level is stupid. But I also kind of suck at Sunshine. It's what I told Rona with Final Fantasy X too. I love that game. It's really fun. Just don't try to 100% it. I'm a DK64 defender, and I don't care who knows. I was surprised. I was shocked how many people were like, I don't stop playing Odyssey until I had 999 moons. I don't know. It was like, Dragoon, it was like, you gotta kind of do it once, right? If you go A to B and just do some stuff to get the dresses, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I'll think about it. I don't know if I want to spend $70 on 2 games that I technically own 3 times across both of them. You don't 999 moons once just to say, you don't 999 moons once just to say you did it. There is something I didn't do in Odyssey. It is the darkest side of the moon that I didn't finish. I think that's the very, very, very last level, and I didn't do that. But I do owe somebody a Gonzalez suit. Technically, I think I owe 2 people Gonzalez suits. Love it. I got to the last jump on that and choked, and I haven't played it since. Yeah, darkest side of the moon is crazy, but you feel like a god. I didn't. I never did the post a game as you need. Wait, I never did the post game as you need 400 to 600 bananas to do all the post game stuff, and that's Bonanza. A DK Bonanza has the same issue with his bananas as Odyssey has with like 999 moons. Okay. All right, but yeah, that so no stream this weekend. There shouldn't be a stream. There should be a stream this weekend. But if you have not subscribed to the YouTube channel, I would ask that you do that. I won't get the Gunpla video out today, so I'm gonna work on that tomorrow. And then tomorrow, like late afternoon, early evening, that's probably when the Gunpla video is gonna go up tomorrow. I finished the build. I have it all. I have all the footage on my computer. I just need to edit it. I have to actually put everything together and edit the video. So I'm going to do that tomorrow. So keep an eye on the weekend for the YouTube channel. I'll upload the Gunpla video then. And yeah, that's it. So thank you so much, everybody, for stopping and for hanging out. Stick around after the credits. I'm going to send you over to Trios. Trios is playing Diablo 1. It is the final session of Diablo 1. So stick around after the credits, and I will send you over there to hang out and represent us very well. But thank you once again, everybody, for stopping in and for hanging out. There we go. I moved my stream deck further away, and I don't think I want to do that. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Have a great weekend. Play some fun games. Enjoy yourself. I got to check out your other Gunpla video. Check out the other Gunpla video. And subscribe to the YouTube channel. I think the YouTube channel is almost up to 3,000. I literally think it's 2,995 people or something. So if you haven't followed over there yet, please do that. And I will see you guys next week.